We're doing it live now.
Yay.
Yeah, I mean, are you ready?
Yeah, I
Ready as
guess.
you'll ever be? Okay. Um, well, great. Welcome everyone. This is another lesson with the one and only Emily Higgins, aka Emily Plays Chess on Twitch. Be sure to follow her if you haven't already. Probably everyone already has, but anyways, Emily, you said that your chess recently has been declining. Is that true?
Yes, we've had some tilts,
Okay.
uh, but you know, it happens.
Do you know why you're tilting?
Um, no.
Yeah, I guess if people knew why they were tilting, then they would probably be tilting less, right?
Yes, this is true. I mean, I would say like it's been a consistent tilt, but it's been like I go on like a winning streak and then I go on a losing streak and I go on a I go on a losing streak.
Okay, so it's a little
So,
bit of a roller coaster,
yes.
ups and downs. That's very normal. Um, it's very hard to constantly go up. So typically, I like to say that progress in chess specifically is two steps forward, one step back. You might be taking one step forward, one step back repeatedly. Or as you said, you're declining a little bit. So maybe you're taking two steps back and one step forward. So
Yeah.
essentially, we have to identify why you're losing games and correct those issues. So, okay, Gilby redeemed a motivational speech. This might not be the best time, but maybe I can give Emily a motivational speech
I feel
before
like
her
this has
games.
already been a motivational speech thus far, but
No, no, definitely not.
encore.
Um, Honestly, I will say that this could be my speech. What's up, Joel? What's up, Fly? Also, hello to Dylan, if I remember, Ahmad and Whiskey.
Yes.
Welcome. Everyone's tuning in for this Emily lesson. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Definitely, Emily likes to put on a show, an entertainer, as she says. Regardless of the wins or the losses, you're either going to learn something or you're going to be entertained watching. So, uh, Emily likes to point credit to other people when really she should point some credit inwards because she is taking a lot of time, a lot of her free time out of her day to not only play and learn chess, but to also share it with all of us. And we're also grateful and honored. It's quite the pleasure. Emily is relatively new to streaming, but she's already created a YouTube channel with a TikTok along the way coming soon. And she's really going to dive deep. She's already played her first OTB tournament. We reviewed her games. If you want to go check that out. But she already has signed up for another tournament in January coming up. And that's what this preparation is for. Whiskey saying that Emily's my hero, and Whiskey wouldn't be the first nor the last because Emily should be all of our heroes because she is doing some absolutely incredible, amazing stuff. Doesn't matter if she wins or if she loses because at the end of the day, she's learning, she's improving, she's having fun, and she's sharing it with all of us. And we're all truly honored and blessed to be here. So thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you for that full speech, Joe. And to my chat, you guys already know who Joe is, but if you're not following him, give him a follow because you'll actually learn how to play chess from him, where you will not get that from watching me. You will learn what not to do, but Joe is unlike me. He doesn't just give out free queens, so you know.
No, I've blundered many a queen in my day. It's truly one of the marks of a tenured chess player. So, if you haven't blundered a queen, then you haven't really played chess. That's what I'll say about that. But Gilby's redeemed another motivational speech. I think we might have to put a limit on that because I'm not gonna we're not gonna repeat uh, that. But I'm excited for Emily to start playing some chess and we can get this lesson under the way. So, Emily, I did notice the other day you started playing Bullet. Was that your first time? Oh, you're muted.
Oh,
Oh, now I hear you again.
okay.
I don't know what.
Mm,
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
okay. I was saying that I was tilting, and I didn't want. I don't know. I needed to get a win in, and somehow chat convinced me to play Bullet, and it was an experience. I would say that I will continue. I actually did play a couple games while I was waiting to get on our stream, but
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
So,
but that's not like an aspiration of mine to get better at Bullet per se.
how was that experience?
Uh, it's something. A lot of pre moves, a lot of free pieces. Uh-oh. Oh, you like went away. I think.
Sorry.
Okay. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun nonetheless.
Okay. Did you want to do some more of that today or no? Is that a one
No,
time? Okay.
I don't think I'm going to learn much from Bullet Chess, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny, like as a coach, I like to tell people that you should play Bullet if you enjoy it. If you want to play and have fun, there's really nothing wrong with that. But I agree with you in that you're not maybe going to learn the most out of it. It's maybe not worth your time if you are trying to improve. Typically, we would like to stick with longer time control games, which is why over the board and classical rating is so important because that is going to give you the most amount of time to really think on your moves for each game. So that being said, playing online is typically faster paced. Did you want to play Blitz or Rapid today?
Um, like yeah, maybe 10-minute rapid.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
that's
let's
not
let's start with that.
okay. You just want me to take out my headphones and you'll like commentate.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Well, let me get it queued up. I'm nervous.
You sound nervous.
Okay, the pressure's
No
on.
pressure. There's never any pressure.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll see you guys on the
All
other
right.
side.
Best of luck.
All right.
She wants to play Bullet against me. I don't know. I don't know about that.
My opponent doesn't know what opening to play. Or it's just gonna get aborted. Oh,
Yeah, her
well,
board's a
oh,
little cut.
board is cropped. Sorry. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna try and play the Caro Con. I need to working on this. It actually probably would have been better for me to just play something principled so we could talk about that, but
I like that she's insinuating that the Caro Con is not principled. But no, the Caro Con is definitely
sorry guys. Sorry.
one of the most common openings.
Okay, I think I still do this.
It is an opening. It's in the databases somewhere out there. Okay, so E4, C6,
Um,
the Caro Kann, and opponent doesn't play D4. That would be mainline theory. Instead, bringing out the knights, and they resign. So great start to the evening.
well
Emily's
earned.
already celebrating.
Well, I don't
Man,
think
you
there's.
really got to stick to this Caro Kann opening.
Yeah, why did they resign? I didn't think.
Probably their wife needed something from them or something. That's my go-to assumption.
Fair enough. Well, I'll take it. Okay. Well, moving along. I'll try and actually. I'm just gonna play like principled openings because I think that will be more for white and black.
Well, I mean, the Caro I would say is a good opening.
Okay. So you want me to play that?
I want you
Okay.
to, well,
I will. Okay.
you got to
We'll
do
see what
what you want to do.
anything could happen. We'll see. Okay.
Also, before you start your next game, this probably would be a good time to make sure your scenes are all good to go.
Oh yes. Yes.
If you
Gosh.
want to change
Sorry.
anything. Um,
Is that good?
I mean, it looks good to me as long as you can see the clocks, I guess.
Here, I'll shrink it a little. What?
Maybe move it up.
Move it
Oh,
up.
no, that's great. That's perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Are
I
we
think you're
okay?
I think you're good to go now.
Okay.
All right. Good luck. Here we go. Game number 2. Also, thank you to Whiskey and Trister for the
Oh, well,
follows.
I'm gonna try, I guess, like the Slav or whatever the similar. I mean, this would be like the natural thing to do, but I'm also actually considering just going straight for this C5. Um,
She skipped C6.
I think actually
Well,
I'm
it was against D4, so hard to play a Caro, I guess.
now let's go.
Yeah, C5. This is already
I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about this. Okay, we'll go here.
pretty solid moves from Emily. Let's see if she plays E5 here.
Oh,
The computer actually likes E6. So she brings out her bishop first. She hasn't moved her E pawn yet. Typically, that's what you like to do with the dark square bishop is go after the C pawn once they capture. So she's really playing this like a gambit. So she takes, and now probably E6, which she has done. Not the easiest pawn to hold on to here. They play B4. Definitely you want to take that with a knight. Or the computer's also saying you could play A5.
This to prevent this.
Okay. Now the opponent can kind of hold on. Oh, they didn't do that. She should just take this pawn. I don't know if she realizes that that pawn is hanging.
It's actually okay because takes. My rook is protected.
What's she thinking? She's thinking B5. Not a fan of that, but
Or no, I think this is better. I should castle and I don't know, but I didn't want.
So this move maybe in and of itself isn't terrible, but the problem with it is that we didn't take on B4. And now the opponent just has a connected pass pawn in our half of the position. So that's not great. So I think we kind of have to go on over kind of like some gambit principles. Hey, Senpai. So yeah, when you give up a pawn, typically what you get in return for it is a positional advantage or some counterplay. Typically the ability to attack that material that you gave up and getting that activity is part of the counterplay that you get. Unfortunately, Emily didn't really take advantage of that. So B4 was kind of a mistake because that was actually just a free pawn. So Emily didn't do that move, and now she has to kind of pay these consequences of being down the material without the counterplay. Joe's rocking that hair. I need a haircut is what happens.
What did they even do? I missed it. Oh my gosh. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, the confidence in which B4 was played kind of helps. Julie, thanks for the follow. Hello and welcome. Hopefully everyone tuning in is enjoying the lessons so far. We're 2 games in. First game didn't really count. That's always a warm-up anyways. This game, so far, Emily's given up a pawn. Okay, this blunders the B pawn again, but it also attacks her B pawn, so she might try to defend that pawn. But honestly, it's okay to kind of make that trade, I think, because why is that? After knight takes, if knight takes on B5,
no, then I'm
then
okay, I'm not doing that. That was stupid. Okay.
Okay, opponent takes.
Okay. Fine.
So that's another pawn,
I don't have a man or
but
anything. I don't know what to do.
Emily
I guess.
can go after the material with like a move rook b8,
Mm,
or there's also queen a4.
I think. Actually, this might have been better. I don't know.
I think Emily is not being as materialistic as I normally am. She has to be kind of more aware of the material count. I think the pawns being attacked, taken off the board, it really adds up. So now opponent has two connected pass pawns. Emily's playing in the center, which is a totally fine move. This move allows for queen b7, just attacking the knight. The knight actually might be trapped here, which would be great for us. Okay, so she goes here. This allows for knight a6. And she played this move relatively quickly. I don't know if she kind of realized, like when she attacks a piece, she kind of has to see what that piece is going to do, right? So if you go to b8, you allow knight a6. But if you go to b7, that's no longer an option. Earliest Joe stream in history. Uncle Jesse, I'm pretty sure you've broken those records for me multiple times in the past. Yeah, queen b7 would have definitely been a better move. I'm curious, though, if opponent's going to play... Okay, so knight a6, and now she can go to b7. But then the knight can be defended, like, with the bishop back on e2, I think. So, but the knight's trapped here. The knight has no moves, so only a defensive move. Yeah, bishop e2 was found actually really quickly. So that's unfortunate. Also, the b pawn is defended now by this knight on a6.
Here. No, here. Knight in the center.
Thank you, Justin.
No.
Yeah, I gotta make sure the hair looks good before any lessons, right? That's what most people are looking at anyways. I'm just kidding. No, I'm surprised anyone notices that I'm actually on stream too. Whenever Emily's also on stream. What's up, Vindictive?
Okay, I should think about what I'm gonna do.
Very Wolverine. The Wolverine was definitely one of the Halloween costume ideas, I gotta say. But I kind of stuck with Gandalf. I think if I had a friend dress as like Deadpool with me, then Wolverine would have been great. Anyways, I like that Emily's playing in the center. This is definitely a very, very good choice here. I think she should take back with the knight, which she has done expertly so. And now she's kind of setting up a little bit of a tactic here. She can take this bishop with check, queen recaptures, still defending the knight, but then she has this really nice shot, rook takes, bishop, deflecting the queen's defense. She'd get two minor pieces for the price of one rook. Opponent didn't allow that to happen, but now that bishop can get deflected with the move e4, which she kind of pounces on pretty quickly here. So now again, if the bishop goes back, we will take it with our knight with check. So bishop to c4, I think, is the only logical move here, which is exactly what they've done. And now we'll see if Emily is able to
I need to let go of this idea.
find something here. The computer likes queen d7, doubling on the d file.
I don't know.
She's
Okay,
feeling the pressure, I think.
where's the knight going? Okay.
Wow, queen d7, top move. I think here probably knight f3 looks really annoying. We're throwing away the knight, but we're getting this dark square bishop. The hair is 10 out of 10. You guys, every time I get hair compliments, I just have to go to the barber like as soon as possible. Just gotta cut it. It is getting long for me actually. So, anyways. All right. Knight f3 check. I would be kind of impressed. Not kind. I would be straight up impressed if Emily goes for that. So we will see. Also, that is a free pawn. She could simply just take the pawn. I think that's probably a more realistic move. I think it also might be better for her long term, actually.
This is a problem already. Oh my gosh.
I don't know what the problem is that she's talking about. Okay, she undoubled her pieces, so that kind of hurts. These pawns also, like, they can just push, right? Um,
Good, guys. Not good at all.
yeah, shout out to MK Chesser for the sub. Appreciate that. I'm sure Emily will point out all of the support. She's kind of focused right now. She's kind of locked in the zone, as some would say. There's a couple of pawns here hanging that she should probably take. She does take one of them, which is great. Maybe the B pawn would have been better to take, but
I have to look for tactics. I have.
so I would probably save the bishop.
Is this queen trade fine? I mean, I don't. Here. And then, well then.
I wonder if we should try to get some increment in the future games. We'll see how she does in the time pressure.
Okay, so if I go here, queen takes, then I lose. Oh, then it's defended. So I think that's fine. No, it's not. Yeah, I think that works. Oh gosh, I'm just gonna do it.
Okay, the problem is her knight was pinned. I think she forgot that the knight was there.
Plan. Okay. Oh crap. I miscalculated this.
Yeah, she did. She notices it now.
No, I didn't. Yes, I did.
Yes,
I
she did.
did.
She definitely did.
Oh no, guys. Oh no.
Yeah, Joel, she was playing Bullet the other night.
All right. What can I do here?
There's really not much. You can try to decline the queen trade.
I've lost. Okay. Why'd we do that?
Okay, she's kind of
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I just need to quit. This is horrible.
it's Jover. Not quite yet, Joshua. Not quite yet. I've seen her come back from worse. This is definitely a rough position though, for sure. Okay, I love this move. She's clearing the e4 square for her knight on f4. She clearly notices the bishop is pinned to the other bishop, so she wants to attack this bishop with one of her knights. So now, well, the problem is she can't take this bishop because she has back rank issues. So maybe a flight square would have helped.
I just lost.
What's up, Jeremiah?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so
Wow.
flight square made.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Hit.
The problem is, yeah, white has a very fast pawn. So she should grab on c2 and try to get behind the pawn. Because her rook right now can't get behind the pawn is the problem. So simply just b7 and white's gonna close this one out. If she had taken on c2, then she could get behind the pawn and offer some resistance here.
Let's be honest. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. It's over.
Yeah, this is a live game.
That doesn't work. They promote and nothing. Yeah, it's over. I don't know what to do.
Jeremiah, I don't really have a lesson plan, unfortunately. I'm not actually like a good coach or anything.
Sorry,
I just kind of
this
review
is not a
games with her.
great game for us. We'll go here.
So, yeah, this wasn't the best game, but
I don't know.
the idea is to kind of get the
There's
nerves out of
nothing.
the way. I would still count this as a warm-up game, really. The first one
Okay,
didn't count.
that was fun. All
Do I
right.
need your
I
lesson
don't.
plans, Joel? If you wanna share the secret sauce. All right, computer has calculated mate in 18. Okay, that was apparently not the move. Opponent might blunder this check. Okay, not anymore. Anyways, it doesn't matter. She has 11 seconds. Anyways. So even if opponent blunders queen for free. Oh, thank you, Joshua. She's got to move the king here. Or she could flag. Both are reasonable. Hannah notes are 30 pages long now. That is a lot of work. I hope that she's compensating you. Also, Hannah's a very strong player. Hannah's stronger than me. Um, all right, welcome back. I would say as far as getting the nerves out of the way, I think this was a very successful game,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can't be much worse than that.
Yeah, that still counts as the warm-up game, I'd say. The first one didn't really count.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. We always have to get those out of the way, just to keep things interesting. Otherwise, like, I mean, you guys
Yeah.
like this is boring, right?
Um, well, yeah, either way, people are going to be entertained. I'm definitely excited to go over this. There's a lot to kind of learn from. You ended up playing sort of like a gambit. Have you played something like that before?
No.
No, okay. You're just
Maybe
experimenting, or
occasionally. Occasionally I do it. Just to force something out of my opponent. But inevitably I did not know what I was doing. It was
okay.
pretty apparent.
Well, I mean, what you're doing was actually really good, until it wasn't. So, and that's kind of how it goes
Hmm.
for most people.
Yes.
Okay, let me invite you to a classroom.
Sorry, chat, that you had to witness that. At least there was not a free queen given. I don't think. Maybe there was. I honestly don't remember. I don't.
It's okay.
There were some
Honestly,
mistakes made.
you shouldn't be apologizing first and foremost. Um,
Uh, that was that was something. That's for sure.
Definitely you shouldn't feel embarrassed for like losing chess games. Like, people don't expect you to win every game. I don't think you should expect yourself to win every game. That's just not how the game of
No
chess
worries.
works.
I'm used to it. He says that is pretty hurtful, actually.
Don't worry, he sent the Kappa emote, if you know what that means.
I don't know what that means. I
That
don't know
means
any of the
it's like sarcasm.
emojis.
Like he's
I'm just
joking.
kidding anyway. I agree. You are used to it.
Okay. Yeah, I think there was like one time I left a comment that you were like, "Oh, Joe, that was so rude."
Oh,
Oh,
well, now I know.
I remember it. You were like, you thanked someone for following, and you were like, "I'm gonna get good soon, so stay tuned." And I was like, "How soon?" Because I have to like go get dinner.
Oh, I see. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay. Well, now that I know, that'll better equip me for chat sarcasm in the future.
Yeah. The Kappa, I'm a fan of. Uh, always comes in handy. Anyways, Yeah, Justin has to add just kidding now because he feels bad.
I was just kidding, Justin. You're not wrong. So,
We're all joking here. All right, I've sent you the invite.
oh, uh, wait, where? How do I get it? It's like on chess.com.
Yeah, it should pop up maybe in the bottom right or something.
Oh,
Or I
notification.
can resend it.
Uh, Gosh, I have 93. Uh,
Someone's
can you
popular.
just? No, I
No.
don't know my
All right,
URL.
I'm gonna
Okay,
resend it.
I'm just gonna. Can you just like send me the URL in Discord, and I'll
Mm,
just go to that.
we'll
Or is
see.
that
We'll
too?
see. Let me.
You want to make sure we're using the chess.com functionality as it's intended. Okay, thank you. Oh wait,
Does that work?
yes, speckled vibrant soda. I love the names. Very,
All
very
right, you're in
catchy.
there.
I'm here.
Great. Okay, so you play d4, d5, they play e3, and now here you go for c5. And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier about it being a gambit sort of line.
Hmm.
Have you played this before?
No, but well, I know the idea is to basically like challenge their center, and then if they take, you can later recapture, or well, you can stop it from moving forward, recapture with the bishop or another piece potentially. But yeah, I they didn't take, and then I didn't
Well,
really play this.
they eventually did take here,
Oh,
right?
they, yeah.
So you bring out another piece, you trade here, and then at this point, once you push this pawn, which is pretty good, you're trying to get this pawn back, right?
Mhm. Oh,
So,
and then they played before. Could I not have just taken that with the knight? Was
yeah.
that just? Oh, yeah.
Well, okay. So you see this now pretty quickly.
Yeah, but I did not see that clearly.
Okay. Well, now you know. And I think it's a good time to point out like the pawns, like anytime you have this sort of opportunity to take, you should kind of think about it and see like, okay, are there any tricks? Like, is this a free pawn? Like, you just straight up missed it, is what you're saying.
Hmm.
So we have to, I think, maybe take a little bit more time and see like, okay, you're clearly attacking this pawn, and they clearly notice that, so they defend it. So when they play a move like this is actually kind of a bad move
Hmm.
because they this pawn is actually not worth holding on to. Um, there's actually no real good way to defend this pawn other than playing b4, but b4 is actually just a free pawn. So they're not only losing that pawn, but then they're also going to lose this pawn as well. And this pawn's going to be isolated. They're actually going to be down material. So that's kind of important to take that. And you were I think a little too worried about them playing b5.
Which was
Uh, your mic keeps cutting you off, unfortunately.
um, probably just a Discord thing.
It could be also like a microphone setting. I'm not sure.
It's definitely not. Like, can my chat hear me okay? Are you hearing me cut out? I think it's just
That's a great
how I hear.
question. So yeah, it's probably is just Discord. It could also be my maybe it's my settings. I don't know.
Yeah, no cutouts for chat. So I think it's just Discord being weird. Well, probably because there's two ways. So they're trying to like
Okay.
prioritize one or something. I don't
Okay.
know.
So yeah, it's the Discord. Unfortunate. Okay, so yeah, you were worried about them playing b5, right? So you were like, okay, let's prevent that from happening. And then you play a6. So, um, I think you gotta kind of think about more ways that also like b5 is not something that you should be worried about because b5 really weakens their c pawn.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
And
true.
also b5 just doesn't work actually tactically. Let's say you made a move like bishop e7, just trying to get castled, and now they play b5 here. What's a good move for you?
Um, maybe knight b4 or
No, it's a little,
no, something better.
yeah.
Knight b5. I don't know.
Hi,
You're gonna have to
Ollie.
save the knight.
Yeah, but you're thinking within the box. I want you to think
Oh,
outside the
well,
box.
I was thinking this actually. I was thinking that I was gonna check them with the queen on a5 and then take the pawn.
Uh-huh.
But for some reason, why didn't I do that? I did consider
Well,
that move,
which pawn are you thinking about? This one or this one? The
the
B
b
or
pawn.
the B pawn? Yeah, if they had pushed B5. But
Oh,
you
oh yeah, but I was like thinking of
it
that
was
as
it
a
was still on B4. Like this is
I don't
also a
know.
common idea is instead of like pushing this pawn, you could go for this check and take this pawn.
Mm,
That's also very
mm,
common.
mm. Yeah.
Um, but I like E6. It's I think a little bit more helpful for your position in terms of getting your bishop out, in terms of solidifying your pawn structure, your center, getting closer to castling. But this is a very common idea, is to do something like this.
Hmm.
Bringing the queen out early is always maybe a little cause for concern, but um, after b4, you either really have to take this pawn, or another typical idea is to play a5,
Hmm.
and you're actually even kind of inducing b5,
Hmm.
and I think you can go to like e5 here and attack the bishop, and you're also still attacking this pawn, right? So we're not worried about b5, I guess, is one point. But also, if you're worried about b5, like you're thinking, okay, if they push the pawn, I'm just gonna push this pawn, and that's just gonna stop them. You're
Hmm.
preventing them from doing something bad, pretty much.
Hmm.
Because this pawn's actually really annoyingly defending this pawn. So we should be thinking like, okay, I want to take this pawn. So this pawn is in the way of me doing that. There's a couple of good ways to try to challenge this pawn. The first is to just take it. That also prevents b5, by the way. So that would be great. But then also challenging the b pawn with a5 is also really solid. Um, and the b pawn is already attacked by the knight. So if we attack it with the second pawn, it's actually really hard for them to defend it. They can't just like push a pawn because we'll take twice still. So this really kind of induces b5, but now the c pawn is hanging in. So now we just move the knight, and now they can't really defend this.
Hmm.
Um, or we're gonna take their bishop, and like we're gonna have a lot of kind of like we can really pile up on this pawn if we need to. So that would probably be good for us still. Um, but yeah, you're thinking a little, I think, I guess, too in the box and not outside the box. Like you have to have multiple ways of kind of doing things, right? If you're like, okay, b5 is an issue and like their pawn's defended, like let's try to resolve these issues. You're thinking, okay, b5 is the issue, but that's not really the issue. The issue is like their b pawn's actually hanging, their c pawn is defended. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, a6 was just not the move here. A6, and now essentially you're giving them an opportunity to save the b pawn, right? So now all they have to do is play bishop d2, and like here again, this is not a good move. So now
I
we
could.
should, yeah, yeah, this is I think maybe your last opportunity.
Yeah.
You play b5 here, and now they save their b pawn, and essentially what you've given them is a connected pass pawn,
Mm.
and they're up material, so you never got that material back.
Hmm.
So this is really where white kind of has a solid advantage. So that was kind of unfortunate, um, this sort of play.
Yeah.
I think
I
also
could.
you were mentioning like, okay, playing b5 because I think you're still worried about this b5 pawn break, right?
Yeah, I think I just get too fixated on things. Well, but I mean, the easy solution would have just been, yeah,
Well,
taking
like
on
they can't
with
even play, like what happens if they play b5? Like let's say again we play bishop e7 and now they play b5. What would
I
we
would just
do?
I would just take with the a pawn.
Yeah, and what happens if they take back?
I take their rook.
Yeah, their rook is hanging, so their pawn is pinned. Maybe they
Yeah.
get our knight, but I mean, we get their knight actually, so they don't even win the piece back for it. So, like, the threats that you're seeing that they can make aren't even threats. You're seeing ghosts essentially.
Hmm.
Because you're taking time out of your day to prevent them from actually making mistakes. Like B5 is actually a mistake for them. And you're like, I'm not going to let you play that mistake. I'm going to play B5, which is in and of itself the mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of an ultimate irony, right? Your preventative measures are actually worse for you than it is for them.
Hmm.
So I think when you are assessing their potential threats or moves, you have to sort of be able to better see your response. Like, is that even a threat? Is this worth my time and energy to prevent them from doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're making moves like a6 and b5 when you could be like winning material or like challenging their position and trying to win back the pawn that you gambited essentially. Here you're just saying, you know what, I'm happy with you keeping all this and just having like this long term advantage. Um, so that unfortunately is like gonna be losing in the long run, this sort of position. So you missed your opportunity here.
Mm-hmm.
Capture, 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 and then castle. What does this knight move do, by the way?
It targets the B pawn or attacks
Yeah,
the B.
that's
Okay,
one
yeah.
thing. That's one thing.
Um, I see. Yeah, my D pawn is also inadequately defended.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, why is that
You
you
said that
disagree?
the D pawn is inadequately defended.
Well, I see they have their bishop. Oh, well, it's a pawn. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
your
mean,
pawn
just
defends it, so it's
yeah,
chilling.
that's true. That's true.
Um, okay, the main thing I wanted to point out is when they play bishop to d2, it defends this pawn, right? So the knight here interferes with that.
Oh, yeah, I could have taken it again.
Yeah, this
Or
is yeah,
yeah,
yes, yes, you can.
like so
Now,
many
so
options.
like here you castle, and I know this is a large source of debate uh, around these
Always.
parts, but this is a great opportunity for you to capture. Now it gets really tricky though, because the knight is simply attacking our pawn. So we have to really kind of calculate this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Takes, takes. This does a lot. It first off opens up the bishop to attack our knight. So that's
Mm-hmm.
one thing. Second thing is this knight is actually threatening this fork, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is very dangerous for us.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what would you do in this position?
Mm. Um, I guess you would have to play like queen c6 or something and protect the. Well, I guess at that I don't know. I like they take our knight, we take theirs, and then b
That's
pawn.
that's a good idea. That's one thing.
Oh, you could also just. Well, I mean, then the fork is still an issue. I was gonna say. I
Is
mean,
it?
you. Oh, well, I was gonna say. I mean, if you took with the bishop, took the pawn with the bishop, and then
Yeah, that would be a blunder.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we do kind of have to move the queen here. Not necessarily, maybe, but it would be probably a better idea to do that than to not do that.
Um, what were you looking at?
Um, so maybe I jumped the gun by pointing out this issue because I don't know if you would have seen this was an issue, maybe. If I just kind of
Uh,
gave you positions and be like, what would you do here? And let you figure it out, right? Because that's kind of how a real
that-
chess game works.
that's true. Yeah.
But it's important to like kind of see all of the details because
Yeah.
that will help you make the best informed decision. So when you see the knight come out here, I need you to recognize that it attacks the pawn. And I also
Mhm.
would love if you could see that it blocks their bishop, right?
Mhm.
Because these are very important details. And then also
Mhm.
castling kind of doesn't really acknowledge. Like, I don't know, did you see that the pawn was hanging and you're like, I just want to get castled? Or did you
I
miss?
don't know. I
Okay.
don't. I don't
Because like
know.
we can't really afford to keep losing pawns, right? Because I know a pawn might not be that big of a deal, but it adds up.
For sure.
And it's not so much that it's a pawn, it's more so that like that pawn was actually holding back this pawn structure that they have. Now they have two connected pass pawns. And essentially
Mhm.
this B pawn is what ended up promoting, right? So like one pawn difference could change the whole game. Like it oftentimes really does.
Mhm.
So if we're like losing pawns left and right, like that's not going to help us out in the long run. So we need to better be able to acknowledge that our pawns are hanging or under attack or vulnerable or whatever. Also,
Mhm.
like when you push that B pawn, right? Like this, it all kind of stems back to this A6 B5 idea. Um, so like better, yeah. I mean, I can stick around with that idea, but like you know the opening principles, right? Like A6 and B5 are not development moves. So like better would probably have been to play bishop E7 and get castled. Like best is to just take the pawn, but um
Yeah.
okay. So when the knight comes here, I would prefer you to like maybe take a step out of cast. Like casting is developing for sure.
Mhm.
But here, after they take here, um, you still actually have a tactic. You can actually take this pawn still, believe it or not, because they're tactically vulnerable. Their pieces are right next to each other. I was gonna say that if we took this and they took this, we have to see that the
Oh.
knight's threatening the fork. So that's a big deal. We also have to see that our knight's hanging. So we need a move that can protect both. You came out with queen c6, which is really smart because it gets out of the fork for one. And if they take the bishop, we just take their knight. Or if they take our knight with the bishop, we can take, and that's a fair trade. And we're probably going to win this too,
Mhm.
which is great for us actually. And we're preventing them from castling. Like this would have been a great trade. I think that there's another move. I was actually considering queen to a5 potentially. I know we're putting ourselves into a pen, but it does both things that we need essentially. It defends the knight and it defends the fork and it attacks the knight. Now, if we take this guy, we have a choice. We can take the knight or we can take the bishop. Which one would you do?
Because
Yeah, we take the bishop. Why?
it's with check, so they have to
Yeah, we're
respect.
gonna win both pieces now.
Mhm. Dang, that's some Joe Bruin calculations there. I
Well,
think I-
I mean, I don't know. I can turn on the evaluation in the lines and see what it tells us, but yeah, I really did want you to take, and then if knight takes, then yeah, queen a4 is a good move. Oh, it's actually it's saying queen c6 might just be as good. Um, it even says you can castle because if takes, then we have to find queen a4. That's a fork,
Mm. Mhm.
so that's really important. Okay, let's look at what happened in the game. We simply castled. They snagged the pawn. Now we can still do this tactic where we take on b4. Bishop takes and play queen a4 with the fork, right? So we might lose our knight temporarily, but we're going to get something back. After this, there's no way to defend, so that would have been a fancy maneuver there.
Mhm.
But that's okay. We centralize the rook opposite the queen, focusing in the center. Not a terrible move. Maybe rook b8 would have been more helpful because we're
The
probably gonna.
eval bar does not like either of those moves.
Well, eval bar wants you to take on b4. Eval
Yeah.
bar wants you to find this tactic because that's how you're gonna get back the material that we lost.
Right.
Right. Right now we're down 2 pawns, so that's why eval bar doesn't like us.
I see.
Eval bar likes us right now. It says it's equal because we have this tactic. We're gonna win not only the b pawn but probably also the c pawn if we find knight takes b4 still. That's not the easiest tactic to find. I think it's findable for you. If you can see two pieces are kind of lined up or next to each other, you should kind of have some sort of tactic senses tingling where it's like, oh, maybe I can attack both of these pieces and win something back. Also, when you're looking for candidate moves, captures are really high up on our priority list, right? So these are very forceful moves.
Yeah.
And like this B pawn has kind of been the bane of our existence this whole game so far. So that would be kind of a fun thing to find. If you do anything besides knight takes b4, then white will have its full 2 pawn advantage. So
Which
we move the rook. The computer's not gonna like it, but it kind of is what it is. I was saying rook b8 because if they move the knight, then we can still win this b pawn, which would be helpful. Now, the only move that white has that doesn't lose their advantage is bishop e2. So later on they play this move actually, but we're gonna get to that. So takes rook to the center, castles, pawn push. I like this. You're playing in the center. The computer again still wants knight takes b4. It doesn't like it nearly as much, interestingly. So why is that? After we go queen a4, it wants this move knight d4. Oh, because after we take, we're gonna get forked.
Mm.
And then what? We can play just knight takes d8. Okay. Well, that's a little deep, but let's look at what happened in the game. Here is a mistake, and I'm gonna turn off the eval and the lines. Why is knight to c7 a mistake?
It's
Thank you, witch pawn.
undefended on our side of the board. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming there's some sort of tactic against it, but I
Oh,
don't.
that's a good assumption. What could it be?
Oh, if we go queen b7.
Yeah, queen b7. Well, let's like knight c7's it's attacking our queen. You see that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So let's try to find the best place to put our queen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Chanel? Chanel, I think you're right. I think you just typoed it.
I don't know. I mean, I like.
Do you remember what you did in the game?
Nope.
Okay. So you
I
played.
went queen b8.
Yeah, you played queen b8. So why would b7 be better?
Because I can't get forked again, or I can't get attacked again by the knight. And
That's a good
yeah.
point. That's not
Well, and
the main
it
reason.
the knight will be trapped, basically.
Knight, you're gonna trap this knight. If we look at where the knight can go, like knight c7 is a very short-sighted kind of. It's a very like, oh, if they don't see that their queen's hanging, I'm gonna win their queen, right?
Yeah.
It's a one-move threat, is what it's called. These are very short-sighted because he didn't realize he's trapping his knight. The knight on c7 is not a good piece because where can this knight go? Right? It can go here, here. Like obviously they wouldn't go to either of these places. they could take this pawn, which is defended sufficiently. It can go right back to where it came from, or it can, attack the queen or go to a6. You can trap the queen by going here. So we literally take up all of the options. It can't go anywhere. So you're winning a piece here, actually. This is fantastic news. Um,
It would have been.
yeah, you went to b8, and now you've given them one life, one option, and that's a6. And now the queen has to move to b7 anyways, right? It's like, I mean, you could have maybe gone here, but they still have this really nice defensive move here. So that is really unfortunate. And you kind of followed their blunder with a blunder of your own, which is honestly not uncommon. I like to say that blunders come in pairs, but I wish that you had maybe taken an extra second to try to find the most accurate response of like, okay, this knight is attacking my queen, but also recognizing that the knight is very short and limited on squares. This would be really helpful to realize that you could trap it. You could say, hey, this is kind of a blunder because their knight is getting really short on square. Their knight's actually trapped now if I go to b7. And I think you mentioned another really cool detail. If you go to b8, they can just attack you again with it, which is really annoying. Because now you move the queen twice when you could have moved it just once. You could have said, okay, well, if I go to b7, they're not going to attack me again. And then you've accidentally stumbled upon the best square where it's trapped.
Right.
Right? If you go to a7, the knight goes back to where it came from, and it attacks you. If you go here, like, okay, if you go to c8, they can't attack you again, but they'll escape to b5 again. b7 is not only just better that it traps the knight, but it's also just off the back rank. I think typically we want to get the pieces off the back rank. This is more of a development kind of move anyways. So this would have been a really good opportunity for you. But that's okay. We missed it, and now they find the one move that saves them. And now you're playing in the center, which is great. Love this for you. Knight takes is also just great. You have a really strong idea here, actually. I pointed this out in the game, but I'm not sure if you would have seen it. But let's say they make a move like c3. What would you do here?
Take the bishop because then you win the knight.
How so?
Oh, never mind. The queen. Never mind. That's not.
But you're on the right track. What
But
it's a multi-step process. It's a multi-move tactic here. How do we win this knight now?
mm, I was gonna. You could. I don't know. I mean, I think actually that would make the material equal. Took the bishop with the rook.
Yeah, I love this idea. Like, because we're winning 2 minor pieces for the price of 1 rook. So this is advantageous for us. This is really good. So you have to realize that the queen is a busy lady here. She's protecting both pieces, but she really can't do both things at the same time. You can take advantage of that by deflecting her, removing the defender, and now you take here. So now you have 2 minor pieces versus a rook. It's still very complicated because they have 3 connected passed pawns. One of them's doubled, but still I think would have been maybe good. Yeah, David's saying that b5 could be played. It's true, but I think that still would have been good for us. So let's see. Queen b7, b5, and then we just have to. I think we still take the knight. They might win this knight, but we're gonna win this pawn for sure. Like, it's attacked twice. It's not defended any times. Okay. Anyways, let's look at this position that we got. Knight takes. Now they save their bishop, and now you attack the bishop again. I love this. We're just causing problems for them. This bishop is very important because it's defending the knight. So now they go here. And this is still a little bit complicated because it's not so easy to attack the bishop anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like what you did. You played queen d7, and essentially you're doubling on the d file. This is very nice, very aggressive. You're essentially lining up discoveries with your knight against this
Mm-hmm.
bishop, right? Their bishop's only defended by the queen, but you kind of have it x-rayed, attacking it twice. So they push this pawn. This is a mistake.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, are you thinking about something now?
I mean, I just take the pawn. Then it's. I mean, they take my
Yeah,
knight.
it's a free pawn. It's just a free pawn.
Yeah. So
So you didn't do that.
I
So
didn't do any of these moves.
that's okay. But you see it now after the fact, which is great.
Yeah.
You might need some increment. I don't know if 10-minute is the best for you.
Um, it's fine. I think I just like I don't know. I spent too long thinking about one move, and then I was worried about time.
Do
Um,
you have a preference between 10-minute and 15-10?
I mean, I try and usually play 15-10 just so I have time to think about it, but I that's usually just because I'm like involved with chat and stuff. Like if I don't want you guys having to sit through a 30-minute game. So,
I think we should do what's best for you.
ah,
I mean, this is a lesson for you after all. Um,
it's 10 minutes is fine.
oh my gosh. If your main reason for 10-minute is like, oh well, I don't want the people to have to sit through this whole long game, like that's not your best reason.
All right. Well,
Like,
I guess I'll have you to commentate and
yeah, I mean, okay. Okay. Anyways, yeah, that's a free pawn.
yeah.
Also, you have this really beautiful knight f3 idea, which I think the computer likes it maybe even a little bit more because it really damages their king side structure and it really activates your pieces.
Mhm.
I think taking on b5 would probably be the best practical like I'm actually kind of getting concerned for these pawns, right?
Mhm.
This is the pawn that ended up promoting as well. So like like we gotta just be able to see that material is hanging, right?
Yeah.
So that's really important. So again, this B pawn has lived many, many lives. We've had I don't know how many opportunities to take it now.
Yeah.
But eventually you kind of lose those chances if you don't capitalize on them.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, we should take that. Any knight move is going to be good for you essentially because we're
Mhm.
also going to win this bishop, right? If they don't see that. So you
Yeah.
move the rook off the file. This is attacking this pawn, but it's also just leaving the file, which is not so good because now, well, okay, yeah, we should probably take this pawn, which you did, and then this is where it got a little tricky, I guess. They posed a tough question for you.
Mhm.
And what's tricky about this move is that they're attacking the knight twice. You have it defended twice, but your bishop, I don't know if like you clearly didn't take this pawn because the knight defends it. So that's why you attacked it with the rook.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
then
I know this whole thing. I like as soon as I played whatever I played, I was like, "Oh, that was a huge mistake. Like I miscalculated."
so this
Oh, I think I
your knight's
assumed
pinned.
they were.
Your knight's pinned
Yeah,
to your bishop.
yeah. Mhm.
So you need to save the bishop. Basically, you can't really move the knight.
Right.
Um,
But I did.
yeah, you move the knight to f5, and then you lost your bishop. So you lost a piece here.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious. I was gonna say like moving the bishop back somewhere would be helpful. The computer's saying there's a move that doesn't really make sense to me.
Is
Oh,
it?
bishop b4, that's wild. So you're
That's what it's
attacking the
saying.
rook, but if they take, it's also discovery on this bishop here, and your rook defends and attacks. So that would have been very fancy. Um, I think just moving the bishop back to like a7, because your queen defends it, the knight's no longer attacking it, so your knight's still defended. But it gets kind of it's also a discovery attack on their bishop, right? So they should move their bishop back somewhere. Um, but yeah, I think after this we just kind of lose material, and then I think this is where you started panicking, and you're like, "Oh, I'm
Yeah.
just lost." Um, I think
I
that you should just not trade queens. You really just can't afford to trade queens here.
yeah.
But you were like, I don't know what else to do, and I'm already lost, so I'm just gonna trade queens, right?
Yeah.
I think it's
Basically.
kind of a panic decision. I think you know not to trade queens, but you were just too panicked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I think also like nerves and stress and like having stream on and people watching you, I think also contributes to it. So I do like recommend that you'd play a 15-10 game. Uh, but of course it's your stream and
No,
your
I agree
decision.
with you. Um, yeah, so I guess knight like D6 might have been better. I mean we're still like losing, or I don't know if that works, but then you went like it's an
Wait,
equal.
are you talking about
No, in this position. I don't know. I was trying to figure out like
right
what I should
here?
Yeah, I mean this I'm already like in trouble
No,
obviously,
knight
but I was
d6
like,
is a free piece because it's tech. Or which
oh,
knight were you?
never mind.
You need to
Well,
move probably
I
like.
was thinking because then I would win the bishop on C4.
Oh, it's that's true.
But then I don't know what's next with that.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, I'm
would.
ready to go one down, so but I don't know what
It's
I have to
not.
do.
It's not easy. It's tough. It's a tough. Uh, I there's not much really to analyze kind of after this. I'd say you got
Yeah.
really lucky here, of course, right?
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, you saw that I noticed that like as soon as I
So here you moved your knight to attack the rook.
hmm
I think you really have to have all eyes on the b pawn at this point.
Yeah.
So you cannot get behind the pawn because the knight, right?
Yeah.
So what should we do?
I mean, I guess you have to put the I mean, I don't see a way to do it without losing a rook,
You're
basically.
you're losing you're losing for sure.
I mean,
Um
you could go, I guess, rook c8, but then they're gonna push it and
yeah, I was just thinking you should take this pawn.
oh, really? I think that's what I did. Well,
No,
I
you
played that and then I took the pawn.
then you took the
Yeah.
pawn, but by now it's far too late. Because they just queen with no resistance. So if we had taken the pawn earlier, right now, and they push, we can at least get behind the pawn. Like we're still gonna lose, like they're still gonna promote, but at least we take the queen. Um, and I know what a lot of people might be thinking, like Joe, totally just losing. Like why would you even point that out? It's like, well, this is still just really good practice in general, right? Because maybe in a future game she can catch a pawn in time, right? But if you make a move like knight e4, you're gonna get checked, and then they're gonna push the pawn, and then now they have two pieces defending that, right? Whereas if we take, we can at least get behind the pawn, and that could maybe really help us out in the future. Like if you think about it, how do we stop this pawn from promoting? We have to cover the back rank, or we specifically have to cover b8, right? So our
Mhm.
knight has to come here, which isn't possible, or our rook either has to come to the back rank, like you mentioned, or getting behind the pawn is really helpful. So this we clearly saw isn't great, right? And we can't go behind the pawn directly because the knight's here. So how do we get behind this pawn, right? We can go here, here. Okay, that doesn't work. We can go here, here, but that doesn't work, right? We can go here, here, but we saw that that doesn't isn't great either,
Mhm.
right? So like taking on c2 makes the most sense because now we can get to b2,
Mhm.
and maybe they still promote and we still lose our rook, but this is the most direct, clear path forward to defending against their promotion. And these are just good kind of things to know in just the future, right? So like this particular position, you're just getting crushed, but like
Yeah.
it's another reason why I like to tell people don't resign because you're really losing these learning experiences and end games. There's still so much to learn, even in a lost position, right? Like your goal as an improver is to not win as much as you might think that that's your goal. Your goal is to improve.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of ways to improve, and losing is one of the more, I think, helpful ways. Like, because you learn a lot from your mistakes and your
For sure.
losses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, what's up, Matt? All right, I'm happy with this game. I know you might not be happy with the game, but
I'm
I'm,
happy with the lesson that came from it.
yeah. Are you ready for the next game?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay. Are we gonna keep using this classroom? I'm just gonna do a new.
You can leave it. It's fine.
Okay. Oh, well, I kept it open, so.
So did I. I think whenever you finish a game, there's a button that's really helpful that just says
Oh,
add to classroom.
okay. So
And it'll just make a new classroom, I think.
I gotcha. Okay, well, we'll get rid of that then. We don't need to look at it again anyway. I'm gonna have nightmares about that game.
I hope you don't have nightmares, but I do hope that you can at least remember and take away some things from it.
For sure, for sure. Now, there's even more pressure that I demonstrate my learning
There
from.
should really not be any pressure whatsoever. Like,
I'm
I
just
think
kidding.
I think people have to make the same mistake multiple times before they can really learn something from it. So that's totally fine. Um, yeah, seriously, like our goal is to have fun. Like that's my goal at least, right? And I'm having a great time. So,
Well,
um,
same. That's all that
if you're
matters.
having a lot of stress over all this, like, oh
I
man,
know,
I
I
gotta
know.
I
I'm
gotta
just
play 10-minute with no increments so that the viewers are enjoying themselves, and I have to like win every game, and I have to like prove that I learned. It's like, oh man, that's a lot of like just play, relax. I think that'll help you out a little bit, take some stress off. No pressure, really. Like we're all having a good time. And, if we learn something along the way, then that's amazing. If not, then at least we still had fun, right?
right.
So,
That's what matters.
exactly.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
you got
sorry guys.
this.
I'll try and make this
No,
quick.
no apologies. No, don't listen.
Joe will
We're
Joe
here
will
for
give you
you,
guys
Emily. We're
points.
here for you.
That's
Also,
great.
also, I encourage you to provide your own commentary throughout the game so that we can get a better understanding of where your head's at with your thought process, because that's really going to help me.
Saw someone saying that I was all over the place, which is not
The
a
thought
lot.
process.
So yeah, that will be insightful for me to
Honestly,
know.
feel free to just completely ignore the chat. I'm gonna be talking to the chat, so
Okay.
if that's adding an extra layer of pressure to you, like you're more than welcome to just zone out of the stream and just zone into the game and really
Oh
just
God,
try to
don't
give
even.
it your all. I think that's gonna really help your chess, like seriously.
All right. Well,
You
I will
got
do my
this.
best.
That's all
Okay.
anyone can ask from you.
All right.
All
Here we
right.
go.
Good luck.
Wish
You
me
got this.
luck.
You don't need it, but good luck nonetheless. Appreciate everyone tuning in and chatting. I think it's really appreciated.
Cool. Oh, kidding me. So,
Emily puts a lot of pressure on herself, as you guys can already
this is
tell.
interesting. I think I'm just gonna go knight here. The
So I
only
think
thing
it's
is,
especially
right,
appreciated when people
I
can
don't
be
actually know what to do.
encouraging and supportive and positive, right?
If I go knight here, they push. What happens? I mean, I can move
This,
my
this is this is a pawn capture that I think should be
king
top of list.
and at some point.
This is
But
the Scandinavian defense for anyone that doesn't know, and I think
do I
that
just take it?
this is something that people should know,
Um,
as it's fairly common.
I'm just gonna take it because it's
Great.
gonna simplify this for me, and
It's
I
also, you could look at it as it's a free pawn.
yes, I'm giving up the central pawn, but so are they.
Actually,
Which
wow, I just said it was a
I
Scandi.
know
I
that's
she played
not
D4, not
I'm just gonna take
E4.
it.
My apology. Yeah, this is the England Gambit. I
Okay,
don't think people should know the England Gambit as much as they should know the Scandi.
I know I'm probably gonna lose this
That's my
pawn, so
bad.
and like
Thank
use
you,
this
Witch Pawn. That's
time
funny. I
or
said
like
it was a
try
Scandi.
conversation
This
elsewhere.
is this is like a reverse Scandi.
Uh, I mean, I think this is reasonable
No, just kidding.
for now. We're developing wall defending.
All
And
right.
actually, I think like I can come here. Yes, this works because well, because I can attack this queen, and then if they block, then we're just winning this pawn.
Oh, thank you, David.
Are so good.
I should personally
I need to worry
understand
about
my
being
openings a little bit better. I just saw that the two pawns could attack each other in the first move of the game, and I was like, oh, it's a Scandi. But then I forgot
okay.
which pawns
Oh
were
no.
actually pushed. The
If
England
I
Gambit is not so popular,
so I think it's fine.
or not as popular as a Scandi at least.
Now, yeah, I didn't really consider this move.
Grayless, nice.
I mean, if I could find another attacker on it, I think I can just leave this for now. The
Thank
problem
you,
is I'm
Use.
basically, which we knew was going to happen.
So
I
her
think
bishops attacked twice, defended once. So that is something she has to resolve here. She can trade bishops. The computer actually likes the move h4. I
I
don't think she'll
think
do that.
uh,
She might play queen d2. Um, she could also play bishop f4.
takes
I think is a nice move, something I would consider
this, but
the best. Well, Jesse, I feel like you haven't had a lesson from Joel yet,
maybe we
but Joel might.
I need to really worry too. Well, I know
I don't know
he
if Joel's taking students is
takes
the
it.
thing.
I
He
already
has
have
he
to.
has Hannah and he has Phoebe.
I'm losing this pawn regardless.
I don't know if he has more than that.
Unless I come up
What's
here.
my rating? I'm about 2200 online,
But
I like to say.
it's a good move either. So
Man,
I'm
the increment really I think is helpful for Emily. She's quite the
going to
deep thinker.
maybe I just push and try and then they're gonna have two strong like pawns in the center. Oh my gosh, I'm so long thinking about this. Okay.
She's talking about pushing e6. That is so not the move, unfortunately. She needs to like take some deep breaths.
And
She's really stressing herself out. Like she needs to assess like what exactly the opponent is threatening with their last move.
knight f6 move, but then that's fine. Oh no, I feel like I should just play something principled. Oh my gosh.
Like her first thoughts I think was to
I
trade bishops, right? Like her immediate thought is like typically pretty good, right?
no,
And
I'm
then
gonna
she just really just overthinks herself. Yeah, this was fantastic. The only way it could have been better is if she just did it
now.
like 3 minutes earlier.
I'm losing the pawn, but that's okay. It's fine. We're gonna just develop, and
She needs to castle every game. Well, she castled in the last game.
you know, here.
With more time, her elo can be 1300. Yeah, she'll be great. Okay, so
All good.
opponent gets the pawn back.
Yeah, if they take my knight,
She
it's
maybe
fine.
could have defended it. But
Everything's fine. I don't
maybe
know why,
not
like,
worth.
some sort of panic attack. Okay, everything's
She takes back with the queen. Everything is fine, like she said. She's ready to castle queenside,
fine. I'm
which
gonna.
would be pretty cool. Computer likes h4. What else? I really like bishop c4.
Early.
I don't know if
Actually,
the
I can't
computer likes it or
remember.
not, but
That's because I don't know which side I want.
okay. She's done exactly that. Knight f6 is out. That makes a lot of sense. Knight d5 is an interesting move.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go there with the knight.
She can castle either which way now, which is really nice.
Or here, actually, both are concerns for us. I'm gonna. I mean, I guess I just Or wait, here. Yeah, I
I
don't like
agree with
that.
that, MK. She puts a lot of stress and pressure on herself to succeed. She's definitely said before that she's very competitive, which I think is
Knight
a really
here,
good
AK.
characteristic
That's
for chess
over pawn.
players.
Um,
H4 is the alpha zero move. It might also just be a
I
stockfish
probably
move.
will take this and just exploit the fact that now I don't. Okay, I think I'm just gonna ignore it in castle, and I'm gonna go to this side because,
Queenside, I love it.
well, actually, it looks like there's gonna be a queen side attack.
C6.
What?
That's okay. Opponent has spent no time. They've gained almost a minute on the clock. C6 was the best move.
Okay, I
Just trying to
like.
play for D5. Also, it prevents knight D5, which makes a lot of sense.
Um,
So
like
honestly, pretty impressed
maybe we
with this last move here.
neutralize here and then push
Really,
the.
really fast. They can't castle because of her bishop is really good. So it makes a lot of sense that the opponent would want to play for D5, right? To try to take
Yeah.
away that square.
Um.
So she just needs to bring the bishop back.
Better yet. Hmm.
Oh, I hope she's not.
Oh gosh, if they take this bishop,
Ah,
if I go here,
what could she
they
be
take this
thinking?
bishop, I go here and then
She's
I here.
overthinking.
But that just seems like.
She's like reinventing chess openings.
Or I take
No.
first,
No.
messing up their pawn,
No.
and then do this.
Not worth
Or do I
it. Just go back.
wait, does that work?
Also, she can't hear me for anyone that's just tuning in. A lot of people don't realize that. Man, she's really wincing here.
No, they can take with them. They can take with the knight. Okay, so
Not worth it. Not worth it. Just go back. This is where she loses a lot of time, huh?
let me take here. Oh my gosh, this
Wow.
is too crazy. I just should not do this.
She should play 5 minutes.
Because
I don't think that would help her, Jimmy.
they're gonna recapture.
I think
and
that
it's
would be really rough. Great
and if they go
move.
to the back, we have this, so it's fine.
And I think the same comment applies. It only would have been better if she had played it a
Already
little
done.
sooner. Yeah, this opponent is playing insanely fast.
My opponent.
So yeah, this is actually kind of a concerning structure for her light square bishop. I think her light square bishop's pretty much locked out. Opponent spending the longest think of the game here, having spent over 30 seconds of his allotted time. So I think
Now?
that she needs to play. She needs to get some either her C pawn or her F pawn involved. So probably a queen move would make sense
Tricky.
to try to get like F3 E4. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what she comes up with.
Like this pawn pushes. It has to happen at some point.
What pawn
I'm
push is
just
she
wondering
talking?
if we can like better prepare it. What happens?
Oh, is she pointing at F4? No, she sees the right idea, F3 E4. That's a great idea.
No, it doesn't work. One.
So yeah, she can't just play E4 right away. She has to prep it first.
What if I take
King
this?
B2 is a very principled kind of move. I think she can afford not to do it right now.
I think I just need to. I'm gonna just try and get my knight to the C.
Okay, she thought the right idea, and then she kind of just made an impulse move. So the knight's not gonna get to C5 because the queen guards that, right? So I don't know. I don't know if she thought this one through.
Okay.
The computer says put that knight back on c3, which is kind of funny.
I know they're just gonna. I'm gonna take that bishop. Bishop's.
What's she gonna take?
Can I make my queen better? It's like I just really want to play this, but now there's like no reason to. I mean, there is at some point.
She's still looking at e4. It's just not.
Attack this.
Her knight can't go forward.
If they.
No, she's looking at g4. That's just a free pawn.
I didn't see the knight. That's not good.
She needs to blunder check things, I think.
Yeah. Here.
Man, she can spend a ton of time on like the easiest moves, and then she'll spend like no time and just full send something really quickly.
It might be worth just
without really checking. So. Just queen g2, I think.
I think this is like the only option. Then they come here. Yeah, I don't know. The knight's really good here now. Gosh, I might just have to.
So this game, I really want to drive home this like f3 e4 idea that she pointed out. Man, Discord's really cutting out her audio. Like I see her mouth moving, but I can't hear her. So that's unfortunate. And then everyone on her stream said that they can hear her just fine.
Oh.
Hey, why not rook d8 or rook f8? Yeah.
I knew they were gonna do this. Okay. So I'm losing this pawn, and they're gonna win a tempo on my rook.
Take the video from her stream. It would be delayed. Unfortunately, Norkfolds. The solution is we gotta fix the Discord call audio. We gotta figure out what that setting is.
I have to go here, I suppose. Now I'm really in trouble. Their rook's gonna come down, do some damage.
Yeah, her only queen move really, she can go to e5, or she can go to h6.
I mean, I could try and.
That's really it. That's all there is to it, really.
I think I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna just try and open up. I don't. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna have to do something quick. I don't.
Arseny, thanks for the follow. Yeah, queen e5. That's a good move. One of two moves that don't lose the queen. So now, yeah, opponent should probably take on f2. Wow, they did this instead, so.
Okay.
Okay, now you can go to d4. This is really annoying, though, is the thing.
I can go here attacking this a pawn.
And then they're gonna play maybe c5.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
Also, I'm just gonna say I feel like she shouldn't worry about this game. Like this opponent just playing really well and really fast. So I don't think that she should worry about the outcome of this game. But yeah, good notes. Okay, now they take on f2. That was their first mistake. It is not clear to me why, though. Why this is not a good move. Yeah, this is a 15 plus 10 game where 18 moves in, and the opponent still has more time than they start with. So yeah, like a7 is a free pawn,
I think
first
this
and
is fine.
foremost.
I'm considering honestly ignoring this and then just coming in.
Yeah,
But
taking a7 is really strong, right? Because
um,
you could maybe threaten certain checkmates, like the knight's
yeah,
also coming to b6. Definitely
definitely.
worth giving up the exchange for, I think.
Um,
Because if you
yes.
play, if you try to save your rook, let's say on d1, you only go to d2. And you're attacking the knight. The knight goes straight back to e4, and you have to move the rook again. Like it's not really pleasant. What the computer really wants is e4.
It's like
e4,
this
in my mind, is actually kind of wild,
go
honestly.
here. Check this pawn. Where do? Oh no, then I lose it. That's
Like
the
I
only option.
don't. Yeah, she just saves the rook. This is a very human move, very reasonable. It's not great though.
My king somewhere safe, but at the moment it's fine.
Man, e4 would have been just so gnarly.
Ooh, I lost that idea. Um, yeah.
What does e4 do? e4 attacks the
Yeah,
rook, and
sure.
it takes
And
advantage. This pawn is actually pinned, not to the rook,
like,
but in a way it is. But it's pinned to this bishop. So basically, if they had taken with the pawn, we do bishop takes with check. If queen takes, then queen takes rook is actually checkmate, which would have been nasty. It also kind of is open attack on the knight, attack on the rook, like I said. So they can't take with the pawn. What they could have done is, well, yeah, if they take with the knight, then we follow up with the gnarly rook takes e4. Again, taking advantage of this pawn being pinned to both the bishop and the rook. e4 would have been gnarly. So then the rook would have to drop back.
okay, I'm gonna do this.
And then what would we do? I don't know. We just take on d5? Maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh, then we take on a7.
Oh, I was thinking that's what I was gonna do is go here and try and
And then we have knight c5. I don't know. It's too wild for even my mortal mind to see everything. So, okay, so she's played rook d2. They saved the a pawn with king b8. And now we played rook
okay,
f1.
read these.
They doubled up. We play here.
I need to watch my back rank though. Shit.
Yeah, so opponent has a discovery check.
Ooh.
Okay, so they didn't play the check.
Um,
They're attacking
yeah.
this rook and this rook. So she has to take on f5.
I guess. Shoot.
Both her rooks are hanging. She can't really save both.
Actually, why that's not good.
So
It's
she has
not
to
good at
trade
all.
one of
Oh
them.
God, I think I've just like completely. I think we have to take this.
Okay, good start here. So opponent has to take back the rook. Rook takes f5 is a blunder apparently. Okay, this is a huge blunder. Oh my god. She has queen f4 check. And then takes. It's a free rook. That would be what I would expect her to just take here.
Is
Which is it's still good for her actually.
eliminate this.
Cuz like she just won a rook.
You know? Ooh. No, I was just like,
Like
okay,
she took a
take
rook, she lost a knight.
this.
Like she's won an
Stupid.
exchange here. But queen f4
Oh,
is
you know what?
lights
Yes.
out, dude. Okay, this is I think the most common
Oh no, we
response.
can't. We can't.
So the
We
queen's
can't.
defending her knight. She sees that, but she
We
can
can go.
play.
Oh,
She still has this check.
all right, I'm gonna
She's equalized the material though, so
try and just.
no. I think she thought that the knight would have been hanging, but then she
If
saw.
the queen moves
I don't know. We can
something.
ask her. Yeah, she still has the increment.
Oh my gosh,
Luckily.
I've won it. Okay. Even with
Okay,
king.
that's a huge blunder because queen f1.
Oh wait.
She
That's not
also called out her back rank as an issue, so that's kind of unfortunate. Like I was thinking just rook d1 probably.
should have done this before I played a move.
I don't think she sees it either, by the way. Now she's gonna have to see it now.
Uh,
Oh, that's there's her reaction. Oh, there it is.
Yikes. Well, we can save
What
this
can we save? Can we
because
save this? Because
fine. Like they're gonna take that rook. We're gonna take the knight, and then I think we might be able to.
no, the problem is they take the rook with check.
I've sub 0 times.
They can also play knight e4 check here, actually, which is just absolutely even more brutal because that's a checkmate. She'd have to give up the queen. Bun plus plus with a huge sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Man, this guy's a fast player, but he's not playing the best moves. This
Yeah.
this still wins the queen though. That's maybe even more brutal. Sadly, like queen takes knight is the best move here.
We don't have a dark squared bishop. Oh my god.
Bun plus plus now following after the sub. Wild.
Oh, I'm in check. I'm in check. Oh my gosh. I'm so like, what is going on?
Where can I help Emily the best? Okay, queen d2 is checkmate in one. Queen f1 is checkmate in one as well. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, these are just tactics.
That's terrible. Again. So,
Hello and welcome back.
thanks, guys.
How do you feel?
I mean, I felt better. That's for sure.
That's
Not
great.
Yikes.
I think this opponent played really fast. They ended with more time than they started with. They played really well. I am not too worried about the outcome of the game. And I think you should feel good. I think you're worried about playing 15-10 if like it'd be too slow or whatever. Like this game did not feel that slow, right? Like
No, it didn't for me, but for you guys, it probably did.
no, it was holding all of us very captive on the edge of our seats.
Yes, I'm sure.
Twists and turns. I felt like probably you felt like you were just getting destroyed the whole game, but you actually had a couple chances. Like they definitely messed up a few times towards the end,
Which I failed to capitalize on.
and that's okay because we're gonna go over it, and you're gonna see the errors in your ways, and hopefully we're gonna learn from it. So let's go to the classroom again.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to put this in a classroom? Would that be, or you already have it? Or I don't even know how to do.
I have it.
Okay.
I've sent you
Please let
the
us know.
invite, but I can also just send the link to you if you prefer that.
I think the link might be easier just because I didn't see the,
Yeah, if it's not popping up for you, that's unfortunate, but I'll send you the link.
Okay, thank you. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe I have too many. Maybe I'll clear my notifications and then I'll get it next.
It's fine. I think also like notifications pop up in different places. Like it's weird.
Dang, those chess.com people, they gotta get it together.
I know. Imagine.
What are they doing over there?
Who knows? Nothing good, that's for sure. Okay, so D4 and E5. I mistakenly called this a Scandi at first, which is funny, but it's very similar.
Yeah, I did not
Maybe.
know what to do here, as you could tell. I
So
was
this
like
is
very
called the England Gambit,
right.
and it's a
I faked
gambit.
my tournament, remember? But I pushed the pawn and it
Yeah.
got me into trouble. So I said, I'm not gonna do that. So I took.
So you're learning from your OTB.
But I didn't want to take either.
Why
I
not?
don't know. I don't know. I just like didn't know. Then this pawn's just it's on the opponent's side of the board, and I knew it was gonna be hard to
Well,
defend.
we're taking a pawn, right? Like I think the consequences
Yeah.
of not taking the pawn are worse if we,
Yeah.
than to take. So taking helps us. And then really the whole point of the England Gambit, and most gambits in general, is that they're gonna try to gain activity by attacking that material back. So right now it's a free pawn, and it's great that you took. So that's great. They attack, you develop and defend. This is perfect. They play here, you bring out your bishop and attack the queen, and now they block. And I think you said like you weren't expecting this, right?
No, I
I
need
don't
to
know.
get better about like in thinking about all of the opponent
Yeah,
responses.
when you make an attack, you're like, okay, I'm attacking a queen, or you're attacking a knight, or whatever. Like in that last game where their knight went to c7, attacking your queen in the corner, and you went to b8 instead of b7. Do you remember that? Where you could have trapped the knight?
Yeah.
Do you remember? It's okay if you
Yeah, I do.
don't.
I
Okay.
do. I had to like the squares, I'm still trying to
It's
figure
all
out what they
good.
are.
Yeah.
So when you see a square, I have to like it takes me a second to
So,
figure
yeah, yeah,
out talking about. Yeah.
yeah. When you attack something and you know you're attacking something, that's really good. That's a threat, right?
Mhm.
That should help you be able to calculate what their next move is going to be.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
when you make a
They have.
threat, they have to defend, they have to react, they have to do something, right?
Mhm.
Because if they don't do anything, then you're just going to win whatever you're attacking.
Mhm.
So they either have to defend or they have to create a greater or equal threat against
Mhm.
you, right? So when you attack the queen, you should be anticipating ways that they can save their queen,
Yeah.
right? So like, can their queen go anywhere?
No.
No. So they have to block, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
if they block with like the knight, what would you do here?
I would put my bishop on f6.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move. You're gonna force the rook to move.
Mhm.
Yo, GP Bear gifting to the Paytas. Huge.
Huge.
Very huge. The Paytas is my roommate.
Oh.
um Great guy, by the way. Also very, very handsome. Anyways, I'm trying to encourage him to stream, but he's a little shy, I think.
Does he play chess?
He does. He's quite
Oh.
the chess novice himself. Uh
Novice. Oh. A little shade being thrown.
no, he's played on my stream a few times. He's played against
Oh.
like Uncle Jesse and Jenny and some other viewers.
Okay.
He's done well and he's also gotten into a little bit of trouble. So we could give Ian some lessons as well. Okay, anyhow. Yeah, bishop f6 would be a beautiful move because now they have to move the rook and now they can't castle anymore, right? So like this block would be not good. Also like pawn push, we just take that. That'd be great for
Mhm.
us, right? They're not going to block here, so kind of bishop e7's the most I think reasonable defense,
Mhm.
right? Like they could
Yeah.
block with the other knight, but they're underdeveloping and pinning themselves. Like this is really awkward setup, so like they can't really move anything. So like bishop e7 should kind of be top of the list. And I'm not trying to point this out to say like, oh, how would you not expect this move? I think that whether or not you expect this to happen, I think maybe it helps save you a little bit of time where like once they make this move, it's not coming as a surprise, but you kind
Mhm.
of are ready to kind of deal with this. Because at this point, I think you took a little bit too long
Yeah.
of a think. Um, and this is kind of to the point that someone made earlier. They're like, okay, the thought process kind of all over the place. I think your thought process was really sharp initially, intuitively. Like, I think your first thought was to just trade, right?
Yeah.
And then you went down this rabbit hole of like, okay, I'm gonna just push this pawn now. And then, okay, but then they're gonna take it, or I don't actually know where the thoughts went. Um, but then it circled back to like, okay, I spent too much time. I'm just gonna trade, right?
Yeah.
So why? Tell me like why quickly e6 is just a bad move.
I mean, you're giving. I mean, I knew I was gonna lose that pawn, but now I'm just giving them
It has
their.
nothing to do with the pawn.
Well, it's like their structure. Their. Oh.
It has nothing to do with the pawn or the structure, or it's just
What do you mean it has nothing to do with the pawn?
it's
The
now
bishop.
what does black do
Oh.
here?
Oh yeah, yeah. They can push the. They can attack my. Well, is that what you're
Just
going
say what
for?
you're about to say, and I'll tell you.
I know. This is yeah. This is what it's like to be in my brain for a day, guys.
What
So
would black do here?
they would go F6 probably.
No,
Oh, knight.
no.
I don't know. It's like now that's uh
What was their last move?
the bishop.
Yeah, and what does that do?
Well, okay, so they take the bishop. Take it back with a knight, and then they can kick my knight.
No, your first half was right. You wanna make the move and see what would happen? So they take your bishop, you take back with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
You can make the moves if you want to help
Oh.
you visualize. Okay, you could insert that if you want. That's fine. King takes, right? And then you got to take this bishop back, right?
Oh, there's a battery. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
their
didn't.
queen defense. So when they block with the bishop, that's a clear threat to win your piece, right? They're attacking your bishop twice, and you're only
I didn't
defending
even
it.
register that.
Yeah,
So
that's a really important detail because if you miss that, then maybe you play some like you have to see that it's a threat, right? Like
mm,
it's clear. Like I mean, I don't know. They're just simply
yeah,
attacking you twice. Your bishop's only defended once, and it's attacked by two pieces.
yeah,
So missing that is deadly because if you just drop a piece on like what move four, like chess is gonna be really hard. If you're down a piece.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a good thing that you traded. That was fantastic.
Well, it's not because I saw that.
And
It's just
that's what makes this thought process so hard is like I don't know. Your first thought was to trade, which is good. Um, I think the computer wanted like h4, just defending the bishop again. I could care less. Like I'm not sure, but I think bishop f4 is also reasonable. You're just overprotecting the pawn. You're saving your bishop. So I think like the tactics and the calculation, I think could use some improvement here, right? So you really have to notice this as an attack. Like, it's a counter attack
yeah,
because if you miss that, then like I said, life's gonna be pretty difficult. And that'll save you a ton of time as well, realizing that like okay, e6 isn't even worth calculating because it just drops a piece.
hmm,
So um,
yeah.
yeah, we gotta notice
Well,
these
I
like
will never
attacks.
not notice that again. So thank
You don't
you.
have to make promises you can't keep. No, I'm
No,
just kidding.
I trust me. Trust
Trust,
me, I
trust.
won't
Okay, I
because
trust you.
it seems you'll see it won't happen again. It's like such an obvious thing. I'm just like I can't
I
notice that.
like I
So
said, it's okay if you make the same mistake twice, right? Because like that helps you learn. Like a
I
lot of
guarantee
people,
you, I have already made it, and this is now the twice. So
this is the
there's a good.
second time this is okay.
I'm sure.
You're sure? Okay. Well, even making mistakes like multiple, like even more than twice, I think
Also,
is normal.
sorry if I'm yelling. I just realized like I can't hear anything through these headphones, and I think I was.
No, I, it's good that you're yelling because, like I said, Discord has been like cutting your audio out sometimes. So,
Oh,
um,
well, uh,
no,
that's
it's
all good.
okay.
You missed some of the epic
I think
thoughts going through my brain.
it's better to be louder than you need because then, people can like turn you down. But it's worse to be too soft because there's only so much people can turn you up.
That's
Um,
true.
but yeah, no, seriously, don't put so much pressure and stress on like, okay, I guarantee this will never happen. Like it's like absurd to even expect. So
No, I'm like I know when I make, for instance, I was getting that stupid um fried liver attack all the time, and after you showed me how to defend against it, like I have never forgotten it. It saved me so many times. And this time,
I've seen you implement that
no.
defense before, so that was good. But no, yeah, this is two attackers, one defender. Just gotta notice. So yeah, trading is good.
Hmm,
Queen takes. They're just attacking this pawn again.
hmm,
Um, kind of awkward to defend it. Um,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't worry too much about that. I think just focusing on your development is fine. So you lose that
Yeah.
pawn, which is whatever. They trade, they play here, which like I don't really know what that's doing. Here they develop. I liked bishop c4 because it just attacks like whenever the f pawn pushes, it really kind of weakens the king side.
Hmm.
So it makes sense to go here. One thing I will say is that what they ended up doing in the game is really smart. They played c6 and d5, and that's whole purpose is to kind of just box your bishop out.
Hmm.
So when they go here, I think that um yeah, I think like knight d5 makes some sense. You're attacking the queen and the knight, and you're maybe forcing a trade.
Hmm.
But at the same time, I don't necessarily understand like what the follow-up is after this like trade, and they'll go c6 d5 anyways, right? So I'm actually
Hmm.
kind of curious what the computer thinks. Because I know it did like knight d5, knight takes, queen takes, but then why not just c6? Oh, queen d4. Now we can attack the rook.
Mm.
So they don't have time to play d5. And there's no good way to save the rook other than moving it. So that would have been nice, I guess. But okay, that's totally fine. I think you castled. This is great. Love castling. They do have this c6 d5 idea now. So c6 takes away the knight d5 option. Um, Not the end of the world. You bring the other rook in. I love this position. Like you have two pawn chains. You
Hmm.
have all your minor pieces out. You have the queen out, and you have the rooks connected and put in the center. Right? This is really a textbook position. So pat on the back. You set this all up on your own. That's brilliant.
Well, it all falls apart.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I like how you got here. Um, Thank you, Senpai. I have the face for radio too. Okay. Um, Anywho, so castles. Here, I'm wondering if you can play e4. Probably not, because they'll just take it, I guess.
Yeah. That's why I played the rook move with that
Yeah,
idea,
but then
but
they play d5, and it's really tough to get the e4 break in.
yeah.
However, I do want to point out you had the best idea. I saw you point it out, so I know you thought it, and it crossed your mind. Do you remember what the idea was? You wanted some sort of you want to play a pawn break, right? Like you wanted to play e4,
Yeah.
right? But it just wasn't quite working out. So like what do you need to help play e4?
Um, I need the pawn, the D pawn to move. Um, or I need like another defender on that E4
Yeah, how
square.
how could you do that? I like your second idea.
Well, I was thinking the knight, but that took too long. The knight to C5 idea,
Why
or
why knight on c5?
because it defends the E4 square. But then I see that it's like pawns.
Does your knight not already defend e4?
Oh, I don't know.
You
Yeah.
drew the arrows. I know you thought it in the game. How do you get more support for e4?
Um, a rook lift.
No. Like, okay, look, they have two pawns attacking it, right? So like even
Uh,
if you brought the rook up and they
yeah.
castle, can we still play e4? Like
No,
the rook is helping. Why can't we do this?
because you're like you're losing material because they're pawns
They'll just
versus miners.
they'll take, like, we can't take back because the pawn's defending it, right?
Yeah.
So we can't support that square with another piece and expect it to work out, right? So what is that? How else would we support it?
Um, I mean, we would need like I guess to push the F pawn, but we can't do that with the queen there.
Oh, that's so smart.
Oh,
That's exactly what you pointed. You drew the arrow F3 E4. I saw it with my own two eyes.
yeah.
This was the idea.
Mhm. Well,
So,
I didn't play that.
but you thought it.
I did think it.
That's the first
The
step to.
reason the reason I didn't, well, I guess this wouldn't, it would just be a free pawn. I don't know. I was just like worried about them coming down here and yeah, I would just take it, I guess. That. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't do that. I just figured it would take too long. Like I have to do something with this queen. Like
Well,
what would I do with
I mean, I think that it's a good plan. It's the best plan, honestly. So I wouldn't worry about it taking too long because you have time. You have a plan. You should kind of go for it. So like moving the queen out of the way, something like this, and then playing F3 E4, I think is really good. Um, because right now the pawn structure is designed to really clamp down on your minor pieces. So your
yeah.
bishop is not doing much.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that e4 is a good pawn break because it breaks down their structure. It opens the center. It opens the rooks. Their king and queen are lined up here. You would love to remove these pieces because your rook is just going to be having a field day, like best
Mm-hmm.
piece on the board. So they have the biggest clamp on e4 right now. Their knight and their two pawns are there. You have a knight, a rook, and a queen, but it's no match versus two pawns because
Right.
you need another pawn. Like we mentioned, supporting it with another piece, like it's just not going to work. You need to break down their structure with your pawns. So the way you do that is by playing f3. So the queen has to go, right? I
Yeah.
don't care if that takes too many moves. You shouldn't be worried about these sort of counterplays because if they move these pawns, it's going to weaken their structure.
And I guess, yeah, if they pushed d4, I would just take with the e pawn and then problem solved. Right.
Well, you have two things attacking this, and they have zero support.
Right.
If they
Right.
push
I
this
don't,
pawn, like then that really weakens this pawn.
yeah.
Um, and your idea was that not that they would play d4 right away, but you're saying like if we play f3 and then e4, like they could still play this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that we still have count, like we don't even necessarily have to worry about this pawn. We could just take like here, for example,
Mm-hmm.
right? So like if they take here, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening. We could take this, right? Another check. Like we could take here now. We're up material. Like this is really good for us, actually. Um, so like again, you're letting these little like minor inconveniences of these put like these are actually not even good moves for them. You're
Yeah.
letting that kind of blind your calculation, I guess, a little bit. But you had the right idea. You just didn't go for it. You didn't really have the confidence, I think.
Yeah.
But you went for knight a4 instead, which is not good because your idea was to go to c5.
Mm-hmm.
So they castled, and now like why not play knight c5?
Well, because they're just gonna play b6, and
No, they
I mean,
wouldn't do that.
why?
Well, they have something better.
Ah, great. Um,
You want to put the knight on c5 and see if it helps you see it.
Oh.
Yeah, they could just that's a free piece. So the knight on a4 was not that was not great because the knight actually has no moves forward. You
Mm-hmm.
have to see that the plan didn't work to begin with. So your best move is actually to bring the knight back to c3,
Uh,
unfortunately.
right.
Um, that's okay. So yeah, this like we have time to prep for this, right? Someone was also saying king b1's just a solid move in general. Like that's totally fine too.
Mm-hmm.
That like king b1 doesn't improve your position really in terms of like piece placement or it's something we call prophylaxis. It's gonna help you in the long run. Like it helps keep your king safe. Um, like your opponent later on did something very similar right here,
Uh, yeah.
right? Although what's funny is that the whole reason why you can castle king side or you can castle queen side. And the main difference is that castling queen side takes a little bit longer because there's more the queen is in the way, so the queen has to come out. But also it puts the rook a little bit more in the center, so it's a little more active, it's a little more aggressive. But your king is also a little closer to the center too, which is a little riskier because the king can get checked easier on
Mm-hmm.
this file or the diagonal. It's the king is just close to the center, so that's why people like to castle a king side a lot is because it's faster, it's a little safer, but the rook isn't as active. So you like
Mm-hmm.
the rooks in the center, so it's gonna take your rook an extra move. But here your king's also a little closer to the center, so it's gonna take your king an extra move to get safer. Now the thing
Mm-hmm.
is that he pushed the c pawn, so his king is actually susceptible to checks on both of these squares.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually is really important for a tactic that we'll get to a little later down the line. So I don't like knight a4 because it's not actually helping you. It's actually putting
Yeah.
the knight in a worse position. You're no longer supporting e4,
Right.
and you're not helping yourself with this plan to play e4 to make a break in the pawn's center, in the
Mm-hmm.
center in general, but also just a break in the pawn chain. This pawn chain is really good. So how do you break it down? You have to push your pawns. And unfortunately, you thought too fast here. You immediately saw this as a free pawn. Like this
Yeah.
is the most free pawn that was ever a free pawn. So they're attacking it with three pieces. I don't even know if you noticed the bishop's also helping support this. You're like, oh, I missed the knight. Like the bishop's there too. So even without the knight there, like that's still just a free pawn.
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate. Like even had you played h3 and then g4, that's still a free pawn. Like
Mm-hmm.
takes, you're getting skewered now.
Mm.
So um g4 is also just not the pawn break that we need. So
Yeah.
we needed to play in the center. We needed to move the queen. So queen to like any of these squares to play f3 e4 I think is still the main plan. Also bringing the knight back is also helpful. Okay, so we blundered and they took. Now we save the queen, and that's fine. It is what it is. So now they attack the queen. They attack the pawn. So we know that we have to move the queen, and we also know that we have to keep our eyes on this pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for example, if we go here, they're just going to take that, and that's not going to be
Mm-hmm.
great for us. Um, Now, you went here, and I think you regretted it pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Why go here? Or why?
What?
What's wrong with going here?
I
What
mean,
did?
yeah, Rook comes to. I knew they were gonna attack my queen, but I don't know. I was like, well, I'll just move it. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to defend the pawn, and like, obviously, it was a lost cause.
So yeah, we know that the rooks like to go to the center. We also know that the rooks like the semi-open files. We also know that pieces like to attack queens, especially like with like the knight's attacking the queen. So we know that we are gonna have our queen get attacked by pieces, right? So when we go here, rook here is like such a no-brainer, like just awesome move here. It's putting the rook in the center, it's attacking the queen, and it's putting pressure on the semi-open file. Like this is just kind of a dream move for any rook. Any rook that's tuning into the show right now is like, man, I really wish I was that rook on f8. Like that, every rook aspires to be this piece. So now, and what's crazy is they don't even take the pawn right away. They lift the rook, attacking the queen again. So let's look at this position. Our knights attack, or their knights attacking our queen, right? We know we need to save this f pawn. So where would you go?
I guess G2 might be better.
Yeah, we should go to G2. And then also like losing the G pawn is really rough because now it's hard to play F3. And this knight's really good.
Yeah, at this point I knew I was toast, basically.
Also, like if our knight had stayed on C3, notice this move wouldn't have been as good. Like we could just take that knight, right?
Yeah.
So this is just why another reason why we don't want to put knights on the edge of the board. Like unless we have a good like if you could get to C5, like maybe it would be worth it, but it just that was never possible. So that's really a bad move for us. Okay, so here we kind of mess up because then the rook comes in, and you might say like, hey, I knew that was coming and I just figured I'd move the queen again. That's not a complete thought. We have to then follow up and say, okay, well, if I know this is going to happen, then I have to know like what my response is going to be. So look, if you look here, after this, you go here. And then after this, you go here. Why not go here in one move? Well, okay, because your pawn's hanging, right?
Yeah.
So if you know that the rook's going to hit you and you're going to lose this pawn anyways, then maybe we'll spend an extra few seconds to reassess. Like maybe we just got to go back. Or maybe we just say, to heck with the pawn, go ahead and take it, because then I'm going to like lift the rook or something and get some counterplay. I don't know. But this was not good, and you lose this anyways. Now here, I think you're mentioning, I'm just going to ignore this, and maybe you had some counterplay. What was the idea here?
Well, I didn't think it worked, but I was going to bring the queen over, and then he takes the rook, and then you can come in with here.
Yeah, I think this is actually worth considering because you're kind of in a rough spot anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I think that this is a really good way to create complications. If you're down and you feel that you're losing, you can take extra risks because that could help you get back into the game, right? Because if you're like, okay, I'm just going to try to hold on to all my material and just trying to draw out the game as long as possible, like maybe that could help you with chances in the future. But I also think that taking on a7 would have been a good try as well, because you're getting the queen really close to their king. You could get some counterplay and maybe even some checkmating chances. So I would have been okay with that, even though you lose the exchange. I think like the default should be to hold on to the material. So like rook d2 makes a lot of sense. But rook d2 is also not that great because like all they can do is just go straight back and attack you again. You get to move the rook again, which isn't pretty. So this was fine. They didn't even do that. They were worried about this pawn, which makes sense. And then you got to a point where you actually made them blunder. You're attacking the knight, so that's great. They double, which is also good. You bring the knight in here, which is totally fine. And this is where they messed up. So this move, it's attacking the rook, the knight, and it's also opening up this discovery on your rook here. So there's really no way you can save both rooks other than trading rooks. which is what you did, which is great. This is the best move. Now they blundered here by taking your knight. So this is a blunder for two reasons. First off, you just took a rook and they just took a knight. So you won in exchange.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already great news. Second off, this is a huge blunder because of a tactic. Do you see it?
Queen e5.
Not quite.
Then you take the rook. I don't know.
Why? What's let's say takes.
Well, I don't know. I was thinking I want a piece. I don't.
The knight's still defending this bishop. So, what's a
So
better move? What's up, Key?
I mean, oh, queen. No, no. I mean, I have to do something. Oh, rook f2. No. I mean, I have to do something about the rook, obviously. Now, being attacked.
Well, what was the idea of queen e5?
After, well, I was thinking. I mean, I know it has to do with the fact that like I win the knight maybe. But
maybe.
I mean, it's like the queen's defending both.
Oh, apparently you muted yourself on the stream. So your stream mic and your Discord mic are different.
Oh, are they?
It must be, if people are saying you muted yourself on accident. So I would go to Discord and I would change.
Saying that in my chat. You guys can't hear me. You can hear me in Discord, but not in my chat.
Yes.
Can't hear it. They can't hear me through OBS.
Yeah. Did you mute your mic or something?
No.
Okay, so your OBS mic is different than. Go to OBS.
It's literally OBS.
Yeah, go to OBS. Change the.
It says fixed. They said fixed, but.
What did you change?
Nothing. Literally nothing. I think it's just OBS sucks.
That's hard to believe.
I think it's because OBS and Mac don't get along. Thank you for following Narcissus and the few others. I'm sorry I didn't give you a shout out, but I'm trying to be attentive to Joe. Also, hello, Oak.
You're more than welcome to be attentive to the followers and subscribers.
This is serious stuff, guys. So
no, but we're here for you.
Oh, sorry. So. Also, Joe's gone because I was trying to look at my settings. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I am kind of curious though. Like, if you wanted to, I'd be happy to, because not being able to hear you on Discord is kind of annoying sometimes, right? So I think it'd be
but
weird.
yeah, let me look at my Discord mic. I think it's the same mic. I think it's literally just because I was telling you how I had that problem where my sound was not working on OBS for no reason, like randomly, and I think it's probably that.
Well, what you have on Discord wouldn't change like what is happening on OBS.
I have the same mic.
I'm happy to look at both settings though at some point, but.
Oh, also this is messed up now. Sorry guys, I have to fix Joe. His face is like gone.
Honestly, that's probably for the best.
No, it's not for the best. Hang on. Oh wait. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, I know. I have to bring you back over. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just gonna. There you go. There he is.
Hello.
IT support with Joe and Emily. That's what this stream is about.
This is new stream title.
IT support from Joe for Emily.
No, I'm not helping you at all. You're figuring it all out on your own.
I don't know. It literally just fixed itself, so hopefully it doesn't happen again. Yes, I am a premium streamer, Zeus.
Okay, thanks, Max. But I know it's not true. But I want you to look at this position and tell me. It's puzzle rush time. What's the move?
don't know. Like I don't
And
know.
that's
My
okay.
instinct
That's okay.
says to take the rook, but then
You got time. There's
okay.
no timer. Just you and the board. You that big brain of yours and the pieces.
Right. Um,
You got this.
I don't
There's no,
got it.
yeah,
I
you
don't.
have, so the first thing you have to do is believe in yourself. That is the most important lesson I could ever teach you.
Is there some sort of
What's up,
wait?
Dingo?
Can we can we win a queen? No.
Don't ask me. You
I
for,
don't know. I was thinking,
you
okay,
got
this,
this.
again, I like if we check here and then we
Okay.
take. No, I don't know. Thinking if we could, like, I don't know, have some sort of discovery on the queen because the queen's undefended, but that doesn't do any.
It's okay. You'll see it.
I'll
I've
see it. You're just
yeah.
gonna make me suffer through this.
Oh, come on. You're gonna see it at some point and then you're gonna be like, "Oh,
Actually, Max, this is actually very good advice. I need a framework. Okay, this is actually extremely helpful. Thank you. Checks.
finally someone's teaching Emily something."
Do they? Yeah, Joe. What are you here for? Just
What do
kidding.
we look for?
Checks. Do they do anything? Do you have any captures? Do they do anything? Can you threaten? Okay, I try and do that. Okay, so let's just
Remember, have you heard the term checks captures threats?
yes, I try and do that in my head. Yes,
Okay.
but it tends to like
Sometimes you just kind of like lose that train of. That's typically any position, like every move actually. You kind of always look for checks, right? That's always the very first thing. And you found a check, right? Queen e5 is one check.
so there's another. Well, yeah, I said rook. Well, this was what I was
Rook
thinking.
rook takes rook is also a check. It's also a capture,
They
right?
take, and then I thought I could win this night, but it's still
Yeah,
defending.
I remember that. I remember you said that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, okay, I know we can if we get rid of this defender, then this
then
works.
yeah, that's also true. But
Well,
it's
this I should say, but that's
yeah.
too. I don't know how to do that. If this is also defending this, so if we can,
Well, the
I
knight's
don't.
also there's a lot of
Yeah, yeah.
things defending a lot of things, right?
Yes. I mean, I said we could come here, and then this.
No, but your rook's hanging.
Oh yeah, then I'm losing it to the.
Yeah. But that's a really good idea, right? If we could double up on the F file.
Oh, we pin.
No.
I don't know. I don't
That's
know. I don't see it. I think this is a trick question. There's
it's
nothing.
not, it's really not. And don't look at your chat. You're gonna solve
Chat,
this.
it's okay. You can help me this time. We won't tell him.
No, but don't please, please. I want you to get
Okay.
this because
Okay. Don't
it's
help.
very findable.
It's very findable. This is just
Oh
making me
yeah.
feel. Oh, queen. See, then they take and I win the queen. And but then I okay.
What are you saying?
I don't know. I was. It doesn't work because then they can take with the rook. I don't know.
You're not looking at everything.
Okay, let me just start by. Okay, let me assess the situation at hand. We have a rook currently being attacked twice.
Twice?
Oh, this is a hint.
I mean, it's more of an observation or perhaps a correction.
Is this not an attacker and this not an attacker?
Honestly, it's not even important how many times it's getting attacked, but
Uh,
what are we looking for?
checks, captures, and attacks. So we went through the checks. Okay, this apparently does nothing. This apparently does nothing. If I go here, I lose the rook. Um, but if I go here, I get an equal exchange, and then I have a check where I do nothing. It does nothing. Oh, um, does that work? No, that does nothing also. I don't know. Your face says it all.
What does my face say?
That I don't know. I'm disappointing you.
No, I mean this is great. This is great content. I mean, I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know. You pointed at something.
So that I was on the right track.
I mean, I guess, yeah. That looks good to me. But
Okay. Oh wait, this wasn't what I did. Went here where I'm
that's
now
something new, right? That
attacking
is a
and
check.
I'm adding a defender, but I still oh well the king moves. Then I take the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we win the rook.
Yeah. There it is.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
Queen F4 check wins the rook.
Sorry you all had to sit through that.
But I'm glad that we did.
Hmm.
This is a game-winning tactic right here.
It is.
And it starts with finding the right check. Very important.
But
So,
yeah. Yeah, you have to yeah. There's different
so
options.
it's it's not like that obvious, right? There's three different checks, only one of them works. And it was the last check that you saw. Um, but I guess the point is that you kind of have the gears turning a little bit in your head where it's like you kind of see that there's like this position is very loosely held together, right? Their queen defends everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it looks like you can maybe take advantage of it with some sort of check tactic where you're like, okay, if I take this, okay, well, shoot, the knight's still defended, right? Now I have this check, but oh, well, the knight's also defending the bishop. So it's like everything's defending everything, right? And there's no obvious way to remove the knight, right? So the key is you have to find this check and then the rook falls. So this was a huge blunder by them, right? They really need to take the rook back. They didn't do that. They took here. This is a huge blunder because you have queen f4 check. So that would have been really nice to find. You didn't find that. Now, another interesting point that you made during the game is you said that you have to watch out for your back rank. You remember you said that?
Hmm.
So after you took here, queen takes. Do you remember what your next move was? It doesn't matter.
The wrong move.
Yeah, it
Oh,
wasn't great. What would you do now looking at this position? There's no tactic here, by the way. Like that opportunity has sailed. But I will say this: you have a better, like you've equalized. Let's say, like you were doing worse, and then they blundered. They blundered really big with that queen check. You would have been up a rook, but you traded rooks, and that's fine. You're still at a equal position. Like you have a rook for a knight, right? Like that's good for us, right? So the material
yeah.
is technically balanced. I like your chances here, but you still have
You
to play solid, right?
right. I guess at this point then should force a queen trade with queen f4 so that uh
That's a really great thought process. I don't necessarily know if I would trade queens, but that's definitely an option. That's definitely a possibility. I think my point is that I mean, okay, you have a lot of moves here, but I think your rook is a little awkward.
yeah, I agree. Um
And I also know that you're worried about the back rank, right?
Mm-hmm.
and you have some checks. Do they have any checks?
Yes.
Where?
Well, queen f1, but then I can block with the rook.
Okay.
I didn't really think much beyond that. So
Well, you want to know what your next move was? Did you really forget? It's okay if you. It was
oh
not.
yeah, I went rook g2. Oh, I
Yeah,
see
that
it.
was not great. Cause
Yeah.
now, well, this is just lost, unfortunately. Because they just check you and they win your rook.
Yep. Yep. And
So
that is
not only
precisely.
they win the rook, but they also win it with check. They actually win more than the rook. It's not so much that the rook move is bad because you're losing the rook. It's bad because you're allowing this check that just wins the game. So I would say rook d1 is probably a good move here.
Mm,
You're saying that, okay, if they check you, then you could just block. That's true, but it requires that the rook is still here. So you move the rook away, and then this is really difficult. Um, a better move for them is actually to give knight e4 check because your king's actually smothered. You have to give up the queen here. So, anywho, that was another point. You were like, okay, well, they're gonna win the rook, but I'm gonna win the queen or the knight, which is true. It's not the end of the world, but the problem is you lose it with check, and also the
yeah.
problem is they can give a check as well to save the knight and actually win the queen. But also, when I said, are there any checks here? They have more than just this check. They can take this with check.
Mm-hmm.
And technically this is also a check, but yeah, so like here they could just trade off first,
Mm-hmm.
intermezzo, and then take. But checking here and taking here are the best moves. They go here. This is also really annoying because if you go up, you're getting forked.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you take, they take, and you're just down a queen. But if you don't go up and you go down, or the only thing here, then what happened in the game is they checkmated you. They also had queen f1 mate. But yeah, this is kind of a brutal kind of way to end the game because they were playing really fast. They were also playing really well, and then at this point they blundered. This was your one shot to like win this game, but you were kind of low on time.
Yeah, that was the
So
other thing. I was like, oh my gosh, they have 15 minutes. I have two. So
yeah.
I
I
don't know.
This guy I think is a little underrated.
Mm, well, I also did. I feel like I made quite a few errors. So
Um, yeah, I think like at this point, this is kind of where like I think this position's pretty decent. You just have to move the queen out of the way and go for your f pawn idea,
mm-hmm.
f3 to e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you move the knight and the g pawn, like this is back to back blunders.
Yeah,
This one's especially bad. Like when you're offering these sort of trades, like you really have to think twice before you do that. Like you have to, it's called blunder checking, right? Like, is this even a move type deal? Like you're offering a trade, right? Like a pawn trade. Like if they take back, what's my plan? Like you're not taking
yeah.
back. So this was especially bad.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that you really have to like sit on your hands a little bit. You can't just throw out moves because you're like my clock's running low. Like that's going to lose you games. I would rather you lose on time than to just make bad moves.
Yeah,
That's, I think, an important point because I lose on time all the time. But if I'm in a good position, I'm like, dude, I don't care. Like, I played really well. And I know people disagree with me on that philosophy. People are like, well, you lost the game. And I'm like, yeah, but like, did you see how good I was playing? Like, because I think in the long run, that's going to help you be a better player,
mm-hmm.
right? So don't worry too much about the time. Worry more about the quality of your moves, and I think in the long run, that's gonna serve you better.
Mm-hmm.
So this move is kind of really rough. And then yeah, here like going here was also really bad. And then you just missed this tactic, this one shot. So this was a good opportunity. But now you know.
Now we know.
We're always
I
looking. What we've got the three move priority when we're like a
check
checklist, right?
captures attack for yourself and your opponent, which I think I
Yeah.
forget about the opponent
If
sometimes.
you're always looking at those three things on every single move, like it's gonna be really hard to uh miss these. Like it's I want to say like maybe it seems tedious to do that. I think a lot of players will make it a good habit if they really try to like drill home that point. But even I miss checks, right? But when you review a game and you're like, oh, I missed this check, it's like, duh, right? When I'm like, okay, Emily, I want you to find the tactic here. And you're like, I don't know. I could never, like, I'm not going to be able. It's like, we got to get rid of that mentality, right? You got to be in a mental state where you're like, I can find this. This is possible for me because that's going to help you find these moves when it matters, right? You're a shark out there on the board. You're going to just smell the
Not
blood in the water and you're going to
well then.
pounce. You're going to check. You're going to win rooks. You're going to win games. You're going to find these tactics, these forks, and you're going to crush your opponents. You just have to believe in yourself, right?
Wow. Truly inspirational. Someone redeemed the motivational speech.
Well, Gilby redeemed the second one, but I refunded him
So
for
there it
it.
was.
So,
But yes, this is true. We need to go through the checklist on every move. I think, yeah, I don't know. I need to like prioritize. I guess that's a good way of doing it
like the
because I find that
I
I
mean,
just like,
here's another thing. You're in the heat of the moment here. You just took a piece. Your clock's running low. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This helps you lose train of thought, right?
hmm
This is what jumbles the. If you're in a calm state of mind of like, okay, checks, captures, threats, like you might also just you might see like, okay, that's a check and a capture. That's a check. These might be the only. Well, yeah, like in this position, when they move here, I'm sure you're not thinking of giving any of these checks, right? Like those are all very absurd checks. Like none of those are good.
yeah, true. Yeah.
So it's very easy for the mind to just dismiss a lot of things because they're not good. So then once you move forward a couple moves and you're in this state, it's like, well, now, like, I wasn't really considering these sort of checks, but now this one all of a sudden is like winning the game on the spot. So I'm just trying to say, like, it's easy to miss or overlook certain things. So don't like beat yourself up too bad. But I also want to instill in you the belief that this is findable and that you are capable of being able to do this. And this is how you're going to be able to steal some games, right? Because this guy was kind of outplaying you. But he's a human and he messes up too, despite how fast he played. He made some mistakes and you're able to capitalize on them. But yeah, the time management wasn't great leading up to this.
In general, not great at time management at all in chess. But you know what? I think like I just need to practice consolidating the thoughts or something, like
I,
going
I
through some
think
of
I
them.
think that you're not fully assessing moves and positions, and that's gonna make you be less efficient with your thought process. So like the example that's really easy for me to point to is when he played here, right? When you attack a piece, you have to already kind of be expecting certain responses.
hmm
Like when you give a check, right? That's a very forcing move. When you give forcing moves, they're forceful because it requires a certain reaction or response. And that is going to help you best be able to calculate what their moves are going to be. So if we know that the queen's under attack and we know that the queen cannot move, you should be anticipating some sort of block, right? And then when they make their move, you should already kind of have a plan in place of like, okay, what's your reaction? This is a forceful move because they are creating a threat of taking your piece. If you miss that detail, like I said earlier, it's going to be really hard because you're calculating stuff like pawn push and captures and all this sort of stuff. When in reality, this is such a clear and easy response. If you're missing that detail, then your calculation is going to be not very efficient because you're calculating all these different lines, all these different moves when there's only one clear response, right? That they're just threatening to take this. So you really have to react to that. Another thing with the calculation is like when we were looking at the queen check right here, you said, okay, let me just start from a clean slate. Let me just assess this, right? My rook's being attacked twice. And I said, I don't even know what I said, but
Is it? Which is not exactly.
it's being attacked more than twice.
How? I see a rook and a bishop attacking it.
That's,
and a pawn.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, oh, is that twice? Like, because if you miss that the pawn's attacking a rook, like, I don't know, that's really hard to like make calculations when you're missing certain details, right? These attacks. Like okay, like it doesn't take a genius to say like, okay, maybe G4 wasn't well thought out or prepared, right? Like this is under attack 3. When you made this move, you're like, oh, I forgot about the knight. But you also forgot about the bishop too, right?
Yeah.
So it's really hard when you make a move and then you start thinking because you've already made that move. That's permanent, right? So you have to live with these consequences. That's why it's important to use the time and think before you make your move because the moves are permanent and you can't really go back. So yeah, like also like when you calculate like you're like, okay, knight a4 to c5, like you missed that wasn't also possible either. So it's also very difficult when you narrow down a position to like only one clear path forward that's like pretty decent. Because if you miss that, then it's kind of rough. But I will say, if you're not in love with any particular move, right? That's not a good reason to overthink or panic. You don't have to just throw out a knight move like knight a4 or a pawn push like g4. You have a lot of waiting moves that you can play h3. You could even play a3. You could play king b1. These are moves that are not going to detriment your position, that you can just calmly play if you're thinking like, I don't have any plan, I don't know what to do, and I don't have time. I'm just going to throw something out there. I would much rather you play something like king b1, king a1 even, if you really need to, rather than just throw out g4.
Yeah.
Right? So even your panic moves can be a little more calm. Like h3, even h4, or even g3. Like these are non-committal moves, which in and of itself is kind of a skill, right? Where you're not doing anything drastic. You're not putting a knight on the edge of the board. You're not throwing a pawn to slaughter. You could shuffle. You could play the queen back, queen forward, or yeah, put the king in the corner. Like these are very safe and easy moves that you can always kind of invest in. That's not going to blunder anything in one, right? So let's just focus a little bit more on not panicking, staying calm, because I think that's going to help you make more rational decisions, right? I think you're stressing yourself out a lot with like the expectations to succeed, to win, and to make everyone happy. Like everyone's already really happy. By the way, I don't know if you know, but people really enjoy that. People are really supportive. No one's gonna leave because you got checkmated in 4 votes, right? Like if they want to watch the top level chess players, like there's so many titled players that are streaming right now, and you probably have more viewers than them because people just want to watch you and your journey, right? So like you don't worry about the time control, the pressure to succeed. Like we've only played like 2 games and
lost both of them.
You've lost both of them, but like I don't want you to even think about that. That shouldn't matter. Like it's really like when I'm watching you and you're like, okay, we lost rating today. It's like that shouldn't matter. I want you to be like, I learned this today. I learned that this position I shouldn't have done this and I should have done something else instead. Like that, I think is what you should really be taking away. Also, you're getting like 1 million followers per second. I don't know. Like you're crushing it in the stream front. So, uh, like, don't worry about your elo or your rating or whatever, right? Like, just worry about improving. I think is I think
Yes.
another takeaway. So hopefully,
Well,
like you
Elo
might be
is,
losing the games, but you're learning.
but yes, I see what you're
Your
saying.
streamer elo is going through the roof. You might not be titled, but you're definitely a GM streamer.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay, are you ready for the next game?
yeah. Here, actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay,
Are you okay? Do you need?
I'm
Do you
doing
need?
great.
Okay, you're good. All right, hang on. I'll be right back.
Okay,
I'm gonna mute this because I don't want you guys.
hi Max. I am a huge fan of Naroditsky. Um, yeah, thanks everyone for the follows. Fix, Zeus, Shocker, Vance. You guys are great. Um, what's up, Bingo? Bingo had a fun stream today. Not only did she get a raid from Botez Live, but she also survived an earthquake. So everyone definitely give some round of applause to Bingo. Glad that she made it. And also, if you haven't followed her already, you should. Danya, I really do think is top shelf content quality wise. What magnitude was the earthquake? I think she looked it up. I think her estimate was that it was like a 2 point something, but it ended up being a 3 point something. So nothing crazy, but lots of earthquakes in LA. Welcome back, Emily. I was glad that you didn't take too long because I was worried we'd lose a lot of viewers. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any of that. Did you mute yourself? Did you unmute? Yeah. Okay, there we go. We're gonna blame Discord, but I think there's maybe
No,
something
it
else
was
going
me.
on.
I
All
did
right.
that intentionally.
Yeah.
But yes, glad to be back. Thanks for the patience, guys. I was thanking the new followers, CD, OST, Vance, etc. Better than
That's
Taro gets you.
um
Zeus, I
thank you,
agree.
Zeus.
Joe is the best chess teacher. He's
Definitely not.
I don't know. It's pretty good. You guys just wait. All of these lessons are about to come to fruition. Also, Joe, do you need to go to the bathroom?
No, I went before the stream.
Okay. I think you're dehydrated or something.
I
The
just
hour.
hydrated a little bit, so maybe I should hydrate some more.
Okay. Well,
I
if you need a break, you just holler.
If you want me to take a break, I can just go walk around my room for a few minutes.
No, only if you need to. But
Um,
all right. Are we ready? I'm gonna take out my.
yeah, do your thing. We're all looking forward to it. Good luck.
All right.
Not that you'll need it. You got
Oh,
this.
I do. But I'm feeling good about this one.
Awesome. We're gonna look for checks, right? We're gonna make quick, easy
Checks,
decisions.
Tax,
Checks, captures,
and
threat.
then
Yeah.
threats.
Yeah, it's the same thing. People say checks captures attacks or checks captures threats. Like threats and attacks are synonymous.
All right. Well, with that, wish me luck, guys.
You got this. I believe in you. All right.
Ooh, black.
Dude,
My opponent has questionable piece choices.
I couldn't see what they have.
4. Okay, we're gonna play D5.
Thank
Keeping it
you,
simple.
RFN, for the follow. Okay, I like it. D4, D5. Queen's Gambit.
Ooh. The Queen's Gambit.
Notorious
I
opening.
think, um, well, I don't know. Is this the Queen's Gambit? I think so.
Yes, it
It's
is.
going to.
Also, chess.com tells you the
Nobody
opening.
plays, like, I don't have to play against this often, so I don't know. I may just,
Also,
I may
Chanel
just,
said it's good to apply CCT. What is that?
I'm just
Checks,
gonna,
captures, threats.
um, my,
Erud, hello. I'm sorry if
gonna
you've already left, and I wouldn't
just
blame
go
you
here.
because I didn't acknowledge you earlier. But if you're still around, hello, good to see you. And no, I do
I
not
can
have
just,
Peacock TV. And King Chess 960, I don't have any book recommendations, unfortunately. What's
okay.
up, Kirby? What's up, Bishop?
Um,
Yeah, CCT to me
like,
actually stands for Champion Chess Tour, which is a big event that
oh,
chess.com puts on.
I'm gonna play e5 because if they take, they're losing castling rights.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Um, if they push,
All right, so she's accepted the Queen's Gambit.
mm,
Yeah,
if they
checks,
push,
captures,
that
attacks is what Emily's been saying.
we will be able to.
Queen's Gambit accept. Yeah, I do not accept the Queen's Gambit because e4 they get this really nice center. They're gonna take up the c pawn with their
From here,
bishop.
this is going to be easy enough to
Computer wants
attack.
the move e5, which is
This
not
is the move,
very enticing to
I hope.
me. She's played it. She said this is the move. That's incredible stuff, really. The point is, if they take, we're gonna take back the queen and force them to not castle. She's the engine. You don't know anyone who accepts the Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
You don't think you've ever
Now,
accepted it even once. Yeah,
we
here
can
she
just
should.
take because
Yeah, she should
Emily is
take on d4. She's totally right.
queen and at least temporarily going to give us an opportunity to attack it with maybe knight b6. Oh, or
Ooh,
with the queen. Interesting.
now she can
I think we
trade
go here.
queens.
Um,
Is it bad to accept the Queen's Gambit? I don't
okay.
think I would go as far as to
Check.
say that it's bad, but I think that
They can block with the bishop.
it's harder to play, I
Really doesn't do
guess.
anything for it. We can take with the queen. They take. We can. I kind of like this move. I mean, if they take, we don't lose castling rights, and our knight is gonna.
There's no better move than to capture, because if she doesn't capture,
Well, it's not
then
king, so I think I have to take it with
her queen's gonna be in a rough spot, I think. What's up, Humbo?
the queen. I don't want to do that, but it seems that is the best option.
Nice.
Wow. Click on the trigger our opponent.
Yeah, they pre-moved that.
I'm considering, like, all right, now I just need to focus on the best developing moves.
Can't we keep this pawn? I don't think it's worth it. Key with a prime. Let's go. Shout out to Key, by the way.
I mean, I still see this is hanging and the bishop's attacking it, so I guess I need to go here.
She could attack
Oh,
the
and then I
knight.
missed that.
Bishop c5.
Maybe I should have declined this gambit. Maybe I should have.
No, this is a good position for her, though.
I guess I can just threaten this knight.
Knight f6
So
attacks. Yeah.
and then where's the knight gonna go?
c5, though, the computer doesn't like because it blocks in the bishop. Also, knight's going to go here and probably attack this, I assume.
Oh, the bishop can't go there. Okay, this is what I meant. Is this okay?
I don't even know what she's talking about.
Knight go.
Okay, she's looking at bishop c5, which is great. Yep. And if the knight moves and doesn't attack this pawn, then maybe we can go bishop e6 and try to hold on to this. Which would be great. Let's see. I'm expecting knight b5. Okay, so they go here. And that also makes a lot of sense. Now the computer wants us to play knight f6 and attack this pawn. And we're also getting ready to castle. Surely she's not thinking about... She said defend her bishop, so she's a little worried about the. Oh yeah, she's looking at knight d7, which
I mean, I'm up a
is
pawn. I don't think that's the end of the world. I
a
think there's
little
more
passive.
important things to worry about at this point. So let's just. That's blocking my bishop. I don't want to do that. Mm. Is there some sort of tactic where they can win this? I don't like that this is hanging. Maybe I just retreat it. I don't think I need to worry about that yet.
That was your second tournament. Nice. Now you crossed 1700. Very nice.
Where do we want this?
Where was Pan Am's in 2019? Key.
Let's go here. Yeah, that's fine.
That was at Charlotte. Ooh, knight e7.
Going to keep it simple, hopefully.
So why not knight f6? Maybe she's worried about the pawn push.
Okay.
She should castle.
Pawn, which is fine. Now I'm wondering.
Nin Hydran, thanks for the follow. Welcome.
The only thing, okay, takes. Let's castle. Let's just castle.
Love it.
The bishop is fine at the moment. Where can this knight go? What does this do? I can select that. We can go here. It's fine. Okay, I think we're good to make. I mean, they're not gonna. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
That's a good question, Zeus. Also, knight is the letter N, is I think what Bishop Stars is trying to say. Because the K stands for the king. But yeah, typically in these d4 kind of openings, you want to allow the c pawn to be flexible. Although, interestingly, there was a line where you wanted to play knight c6. And if they take, then you had bishop takes bishop. But in this position, I don't think it would be good. Yeah, you don't have to apologize.
Though I want to get these pieces out.
It's all good. I'm not a fan of knight e7 nor knight d7 either. So in this position, I think like with the queens off, probably it's maybe less important, but I'm not actually sure if I can further explain that thought process.
Go here since this is defended.
But like,
that I don't want to allow that.
Let's see. It is currently white's turn. So yeah, I'm not you can't play knight c6 now. Okay, here now she can trade.
Now I think we just take this.
She can't give a check because the knight covers that. So she either can go backwards or now knight d7 here actually isn't that bad.
I think this is fine. Okay.
Okay.
Play.
Now knight c6 is good. She can play this.
Don't play this right now.
Yeah, this is simply just developing. This knight really should have been on f6, but that's okay. Castles, and now probably getting this bishop out.
So, bishop wants to come out, but
and she's totally right. So the bishop can't go anywhere here. So the bishop only has 2 moves. So the computer really likes bishop e6 as the best move. Zeus, thank you so much for the prime. That's really kind of you.
The problem is square is not going to be like a. I think it's fine.
I would consider knight e5. Yep, that's just the text of the bishop. Now one drawback of knight e5 is that you maybe run into f4 once white saves their bishop. They go here. That's not great because now we just take the bishop and now we can play bishop to e6, no problems. So that'll be great if she goes for this. I'm curious to see what her thought process is. She hasn't She hasn't called out the bishop capture yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, it's just another knight, but that's gonna be easy to attack.
So she's drawing the arrows for it, which is a good sign.
Do I have no checks? No. I mean, this is the only capture.
She does have a check technically, but it's not good.
Scary at the moment. Okay. Let's. This is hanging. Like, there. It'll at least like do something to force them, and I can actually then.
Okay. I like this. This is a threat. Development move, technically. I like this. This is good.
But
And the bishop on c4 is ripe for the taking, you might say, still, for the next move.
I'm still down on time.
Time is not that much of an issue right now. Her position is good, which is great. Emily's secretly a GM. She can be if she wants to be.
My bishop here. This diagonal looks nice. And this is not really great. Like, none of these squares are really great.
She's considering fianchettoing. I really want her to take on c4.
I do need to worry about the fact that I don't think I need to worry about it yet, but like I need to get my bishop out.
Yeah, b6 is actually the second recommendation.
So,
Computer is crazily saying g5 is a move. Pretty committal, if you ask me. But yeah, she unfortunately is just not taking this bishop. I think she's worried about the knight recapturing. Okay, here she has to notice that her rook is hanging. So if she takes the bishop now, it's going to be so upsetting.
Okay. Have to take with check.
Okay, she sees that.
But then I can feature the bishop in my rook.
Brilliant. Bravo. Well done. No notes. She takes with check. She damages the pawn structure. And now she can save her rook by developing her bishop. She can go bishop h3.
Still think it's fine because this pawn is going to...
She goes for the fianchetto, which makes sense. Yeah. Bishop h3 would have been slightly better. The computer also still liked bishop e6, and I think it's because it hates that bishop on c4, which is why we really should have taken it. Here, now, she can take with a lot of things, actually. She could trade down all the minor pieces and go to a much better rook and pawn endgame, which would be so cool to see.
I think I end up losing this exchange if I take, but this is undefended.
She really should take, though, right?
In exchange.
She might play c6.
Just keep the tension with a pin. Yeah, this bishop's not very good anyway. I think I am forced to, if he takes with the knight, I have to take back, but then I think this is okay if the pawn comes down.
So I like knight takes better for a few reasons. First off, we're taking a bishop with a knight. I like bishops better than knights. I think Emily likes knights because knights are really tricky. Knights are easy pieces to fork things with. I think it's very easy for amateur players to get forked and burned by knights. So they have like this hatred for knights.
Yeah, I'm gonna take back if he takes.
But also just kind of thinking that knights are stronger and better in general.
Ignore it for now.
But this move allows for e takes, which keeps the knights on the board. If she took with a knight, then like yes, they could have still taken back with the pawn, but her bishop becomes even better on the long diagonal. Especially with no g-pawn, the opponent's king side looks really weak. And that affords her an opportunity to try to double up on the D file and really win this material.
Fine, because
She could still do that.
um,
Um,
like I'm okay with this at the moment. I think we just develop the knight and try and attack this stuff at some point. I
she's
know they
thinking
like
of
model
knight g6.
easy for them to kind of get out of. But this knight is not great here, so I think we just need to focus on maybe even putting it here.
So she's played knight g6. This is a solid move. I really wish her rook on a8 could have gotten into the game. So knight e5 is really tempting. But yeah, also the rook on d4 is pinned, so she could play c6.
I think this is reasonable.
They can obviously defend.
What was the idea of this, though? I don't understand.
c8 to d6. Okay.
I mean, that's do anything. I think we just attack this while taking space.
I like the rook on d6 though.
Like if I do that, then this becomes more of a concern.
Rook on d6 isn't so great now because the knight maybe could attack it. For whatever reason, the computer was liking rook c8. I don't actually think I understand that move. I'm not gonna pretend like I would. Because all I want to do is just double the rooks on the d file and go after the isolated pawn. I didn't necessarily love knight on g6 because the knight was an important attacker of the pawn. So if the knight or rook ever left the defense of the pawn, we could just take it.
I guess retreat the knight here, so if this happens, I could just...
Oh my gosh, she's thinking knight f8.
Like, he's gonna have to respond. Actually, I don't think I like that move. I don't think I like that. Let's move on to something else.
She's looking at the c pawn again, which I think is totally reasonable.
Or maybe this...
Normally, I wouldn't be the biggest fan of c5 because it just lets the pawn live.
We will move our other rook, our a rook, to the d file.
Not a fan of this.
Not defended at the moment, but we can exploit it, maybe. I don't know. That was a half-baked idea, actually.
She wants the other rook to the d file, which is a great idea, but I think she could have done it by lifting the rook instead of leaving the d file. So I think today's lesson is going to be about isolated pawns.
Like if they this okay. Oh yeah, this is fine though. Let's do this.
The computer actually wants c5.
Oh, it's not fine actually. It's not fine.
This is fine. She said it's. I don't know. She played this move so fast, and then I don't know.
Not the most ideal. Oh my gosh.
No, this is still a very good move. This is a bad move because it further extends the pawn and it loses the defense of the knight. So I think the opponent should double rooks.
We have these. It's not the most ideal.
Computer likes the move c5.
We'll be fine.
Still, and the idea is that this pawn's not going to be defendable.
I am gonna need to give my kings. Although this knight's currently actually protecting that. Also, yeah, okay, I knew this was...
She can also just trade everything, right? Like her end game is still better. But
no.
It's not going to be easy. I think White's rook is going to be a little bit more active, and she still has back rank issues.
I think I just ignore this. I let this pawn come here because then these rooks are basically useless. And then if I can, yeah, this I think is what we have to do.
Okay, that's a free piece.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, I think it's okay, but yeah. Gosh.
Okay, she just missed that.
Got a pawn.
Hey, yeah, she wins the pawn.
But that's defended. Oh my! Dang it, guys.
That's okay.
It's okay.
It's
We're
true.
only down 2 points. Worse things have happened.
It happens. It happens to the best of us and to the rest of us, as they say.
Okay,
Okay,
what is um
we're back on it.
they're threatening this pawn. Maybe we just start pushing the pawn. What happens if they go if the knight comes here to D? Do I need to worry about my back rank? I don't know. Do I just attack this rook? No. Ah, no, no. That would be
Knight on
stupid.
the edge burns us again. Well, she should save the D pawn here.
It's fine. I think it's okay.
Rook here is annoying. Rook here
I mean,
is annoying.
honestly, like it's not the worst position that I've seen.
It's not
Few blunders.
true. I like the positivity. I really, really like. I think she's more calm now than we've seen before. What's really upsetting about Rook D4 is that they can pretty much go ahead and take this pawn no matter what. Because
Mm,
if we were to defend it, like Rook D8, for example, Rook takes, they have this nice little knight fork. Now, if we play a move like G6, attacking the knight first, they could just go knight back to E3, and now the pawn's attacked twice, defended 0
go here.
times.
And
So there's no defense for the pawn anymore. Now, if she goes Rook D8, I don't actually think they would take on D5.
knight comes
If they
here.
did, that'd be a nice tactic. Props to them.
If they come here, I like that this file is open, so I think I'm gonna here. Okay, I need to play quickly. Once again, running into time.
Also, they don't have to find this tactic.
Also, we have like maybe
They could just play knight E3. Wow, they found the move. That's wild. So here, the best move is to give a check and then make a
Am
flight
I
square.
overlooking something? Oh, he has a fork. Very good, very good.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is a nice little move by them. They found it pretty quickly. What's funny about rook e1 check, I mentioned making a flight square. Like it's very easy to play g6, thinking you're attacking the knight and making a flight square, but it's not a flight square because their knight controls g7. They would just have mate in 2. Back rank.
we have checks.
So,
What happens if I go down here? King comes here.
yeah, she's looking at the check, which is important.
I'm getting back ranked on the next move. I go here. King comes here. I go here, giving my king an escape and threatening the knight. It's like
Oh no, she's gonna play g6, bro. She's gonna play g6. Oh my god. G6. This will be hilarious. Oh, she's done it. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
oh, are you
Uh,
kidding me? Okay, that's
what a
it.
reaction.
You can checkmate me. I'm not.
All right.
Okay. What?
Hello. I was just pointing out G6. It's a deceiving. It's like you're making a flight square and you're attacking the knight in the same move, but you're not making a flight square because the knight controls that square, unfortunately. Um,
Get.
okay, there's a lot to take away from here, actually. I think you play this game really well. Let me invite you to the classroom.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that? Discord is not working. I'm just gonna send you the link.
Okay.
Okay. Um, so let's look at this game. I think it was so we play a Queen's Gambit accepted. You correctly identified this as the Queen's Gambit. Now, I think it's tricky when you accept the gambit because they simply just play e4 and they're attacking the pawn. They have this really nice pawn duo in the center. And you played a really, really nice move here, actually, e5. This is apparently the best move. Now, I'm not an expert in d4 openings in general. Nonetheless, Queen's Gambit accepted. I think typically I don't play d5 against d4. I'll play something like knight g6, or sorry, knight f6, or I'll play like e6.
Modern.
What?
I was playing the pure modern defense for a while. Be it
Yeah, I don't even know.
back.
So I was impressed with e5, I guess, to say the least. But I guess in what I would maybe do is like e6 or something, a little maybe more passive. But e5 is really nice. That's really cool. You're attacking the center. If they take, you trade queens, and they kind of double their pawns. And yeah, it's really nice. This is kind of a gambit, right? Because the pawn's hanging, but also it's not worth it for them to take. So this was really nice. They attack and they defend and they develop, so you trade, which is good. Queen takes, I think, is wrong because now you trade queens. Shocker, thanks for the prime. It's really nice of you. So this was a good decision to trade queens because if you don't trade queens, then, I mean, what the heck do you do with your queen, right? Their queen's really nicely placed in the center. They're attacking this pawn a few times. Like, blocking the queen trade with the piece is really annoying. So trading queens, I think, is an obvious choice. And now here, your pawn is hanging, but you don't want to defend it with like the G pawn because they'll just take with the knight. Like you kind of saw this similarly, I think, in your first game where they played that B4 move and you just never took with the knight. Similarly, we don't want to push our B pawn and overextend to hold on to this pawn, but what we can do is make life tricky for them with counter threats. So they're threatening a pawn. Now, we can threaten some of their stuff. They have these two things hanging, right? So I love this bishop move, attacking the knight. Really nice move. They develop and defend. I think that's also a nice move. I think they could have gone like knight here, for example. Exactly, threatening the pawn. And then I think you just defend the pawn with like the bishop maybe coming back. I'm actually not sure what the computer wanted here. Okay, wanted knight a6. Interestingly. But bishop b6 is the second best move. That's probably what I would have done. But somehow the computer likes the knight move first. Huge raid.
Thank you. Welcome. We are reviewing a chess game with the legendary Joe Bruin, chess coach.
The only legend here is
Prodigy.
Emily and her dog Dale, who I haven't seen yet on stream, unfortunately, today.
He's chilling. He's sleeping. Oh gosh, it's gonna unplug from my computer, but he's sleeping.
Aww.
Oh, I don't know if you guys can see it. My chair is kind of in the way, but he's back there.
He's so cute.
He actually, like, his eyes are like open.
He's watching the lesson.
I hope you had a nice day, Kenya. Thank you. Or Kian. Oh my gosh, Kian.
Kian, maybe.
Sorry, Kian. I'm dyslexic.
I don't know.
Sorry, self-diagnosed. I can't read.
It's
like,
all good.
Real thing.
Thank
you, Ian. Appreciate you. Kenya. Yikes.
All good. All good. Okay, let's look at this, what they did. So they develop and defend. Now here, it wants knight f6 to attack the pawn. Probably you were worried about this.
E6 was just annoying.
So here, and I think we go here.
Yeah.
We're attacking both of these things. So that would have been good for us.
Okay.
Okay. So you go here. It's a little passive, but it gets ready to castle, which is great. So they recapture the pawn, you castle, which is amazing. They go back, which is a discovery. You trade, which is great. You develop, which is great. And now here, you notice that the bishop needs to get out, right? Which is really good to recognize. It's the last piece to develop before your rooks are connected. And you'll notice that the bishop can't go to any of these three squares. So really the bishop has two options. Now, they're not great. The computer will tell you actually bishop e6 is the best move. And it says that I don't care if you take back with a pawn because it opens up the rook. But really it neutralizes this bishop, which is a really good piece. So I think also you planned on fianchettoing. I think this is totally reasonable as well. Now, besides b6 and fianchettoing, there's one other way to go about this. If you want to develop the bishop to e6 and not have to worry about this trade, we can logically attack this bishop with the move knight e5, which is what you did. Now, maybe in the long run, this wouldn't have been the best move, like if they simply just bring the bishop back, because now the knight is maybe susceptible to this f4 pawn brush. But I think this is a really good move. In general, you're putting the knight in the center, you're attacking the bishop, and they develop and defend the bishop, which it was already defended, but they didn't move the bishop. So in this position, I think you really should take the bishop and then put the bishop on e6.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I think...
Yeah, I was just like, oh, the knight's pretty good in the center, and I was like, oh, is that bishop? But the bishop was better for sure.
This bishop is a really good piece. It's pointing right at the king, and also I tend to have a personal bias towards bishops over knights. I know some people might like knights more than bishops, but I think what you did is also good. You're making a threat, right? You're putting the rook in the center, and you're attacking the knight, right, which is not developed or not defended. So that's a good move. Now, what's interesting is later on in the game, you, I think, wanted the other rook on the d file. So what's interesting is you have all of your pawns except for the middle two. So again, this is really good pawn structure for you because you have all of, you only have two pawn chains. And like typically the rooks will go to the middle where you don't have any pawns, which is great. So like this rook should go here and this rook should go here. But the problem is this bishop's blocking them, right? So you want this rook here. But I think like that would be another indicator that like you should get this bishop out before you move the rooks.
Yeah.
But this is still a good move, right? You're putting a rook on the open file. You're attacking a piece. This is a good move. I think you should take the bishop because if you don't take the bishop's going to save itself. This is still a good move because there's no way that they can move the bishop and save the knight.
But I don't think I ended up taking the bishop.
So, yeah, I keep pointing this out because I think they really should save their bishop.
Yeah.
Because we really want to take it. So, I think you liked your knight or didn't want their knight to come in. I think that's also a reasonable idea. But I think that the knight here is not really great because it can't really go forward because of this pawn. Maybe they'll go here, but like takes bishop here and knight here doesn't really do anything. But okay, here, and now, yeah, maybe taking would be good again. And then you can bring the bishop here. You play here to fianchetto. That's also totally fine. And now here's where they mess up. They go here. Now, I think maybe they were hoping that you would take the bishop now, which would obviously be a big blunder.
Yeah.
So you noticed that there was a discovery, and you also noticed that the knight is hanging. You also noticed that taking is with check, which is the best move. This is brilliant because they don't have time to take you here because they're in check, but also you're damaging their pawn structure, which you can immediately take advantage of. But you notice that you needed to connect the rooks, so you fianchetted the bishop, which is great. But I would have preferred if you went to h3.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
That is one reason why we like to damage the pawn structure, right? So knight takes is really good for a lot of reasons, but damaging the pawn structure is one of them. That's why knight here is kind of a bad move. He allowed you to do that with check. Maybe playing a little bit of hope chess, I'm not sure. But yeah, the bishop would have been like pushing the b pawn is a little inaccurate because the bishop already has a diagonal to work with. So you just have to either go to e6 and allow them to isolate your pawn, which like I understand a human maybe isn't a fan of this. The computer says it's fine, but the computer actually preferred it earlier, but I think you should just take and play bishop e6, but okay. Fianchetto is fine. This trade is amazing for you. When the pawn captures, we would love to get the bishop here.
Yeah.
Because you're really making life difficult for them. They're going to have to move this rook. Their king is short on squares. Bishop h3 should be a very natural move to keep an eye out for if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
And also, like, I know our knight was needed to kind of damage their structure, but if we take this bishop, our bishop's going to be a lot stronger. Because if we later on, like if they push this g pawn or something, bishop on h3 would be even stronger. Because if we did this now, they can move the rook, and now their bishop can come back and try to help cover up these light squares and defend. This is totally a fine move. This is a blunder. Not really a blunder, but an inaccuracy. Because it trades. And it trades into a worse endgame for them. So their structure is already bad, right? So in theory, if we could trade off all the pieces, our king should be able to be better able to take advantage of the pawn structure, right? So like I mentioned a few times, we have these pawn chains, right? So we have two pawn chains. They have this pawn chain. They have this, which is a second one, and they have this isolated pawn now. So they have three pawn chains, or pawn islands, you might also call them. Now, the more pawn islands or chains you have, the more separated they are. So, like, the worse they are. Because it's harder for them to defend each other. So, when they play here, I want to trade things off. Because no matter how they take back, eventually they're going to have, like, an isolated pawn. And, like, if this pawn ever captures, then these pawns become even further isolated. And then this pawn will then also be isolated. So here, again, my slight bias towards bishops, I want to take with the knight here.
Yeah.
This bishop is really good on the long diagonal, especially if the pawns are going to be weak on the light squares. And also, I think taking with a knight threatens to also take their knight. It helps us trade further.
Right.
So when you take with a bishop, they take with a pawn, and now the knights remain on the board. Their knight's a little bit better than our knight. Our knight is on e7, not the most exciting place for the knight. Like, probably knight on f6 would have been a slightly better place, but also, like, if you look at, okay, the bishop in the center, our knight's not very good. The bishop loves the long diagonal, so, like, this is just a better bishop than this is a knight.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if they take with the pawn here, then we can really just kind of gang up on this pawn. And like, okay, we kind of had a similar position where we could really just double up on the pawn. So I would say this is kind of a lesson of not only creating weaknesses, but also like how to take advantage of that. So that's kind of what you've done, right? Like when they play knight here and you take, you're creating a weakness. So we want to take advantage of that by putting the bishop here. That's like one thing. Now, when they go here, you're creating another weakness. So like if we calculate this, they have to take back with one of these two things. If they take with a knight, guess what? We're going to give up our bishop for sure. Why? Because we want to isolate their pawns. We want to create these weaknesses. So we first have to identify that that is a weakness, right? An isolated pawn is a weak pawn. That is a weakness. That is a target that we want to go for. So like when they put a piece here, this is offering a trade. This was not very well thought out by them because their structure's already bad and it's going to get worse. And they don't want to go into an in-game with a worse structure because they're going to lose. Because your in-game technique is off the chart and you're going to just absolutely dominate them with your expertise.
Right.
So yes, capturing here was great. And now we have to work on our in-game technique here a little bit. So we have to first identify that this pawn is weak. Like this pawn sucks. Like this pawn is needing to be babysat by 2 pieces, right? So how do we get we already are attacking it twice. They're already defending it twice. What's the last piece that we need to get into the game?
The rook.
Yeah, the rook in the corner. So how do we pile up on this pawn and get the rook involved?
D6, rook D8.
Yeah, rook d6 and double, right? We want to lift the rook and we want to double on this pawn. Double on the d file. So that would have been great, I think. Now, rook d6, you might not want to do it because the knight might attack your rook. But the problem is their knight has to defend this pawn, right? So their knight has no moves. If they attack you, we're just going to take that pawn. Well, actually, that doesn't quite work, does it? Well, that's a free knight we would take here. But if they attack you like this, then yeah, then we just take... That's a free pawn. Takes. We're up a pawn. Right? This is fantastic. And our structure is still better. Okay.
Yes.
So
Until I got checkmated.
Well, let's look at how you play this. You move the knight. This is not a terrible idea because your knight has good squares, right?
Yeah.
But I think we want to keep as much pressure on this pawn as possible because that's gonna tie their pieces down to the defense, right? Again, isolated pawns are weak pawns. We want to attack them. We want to pile up on them. So I also am recognizing that like these rooks and knight, like the rook and knight are already attacking the pawn. We would love to get our last piece into the game. We haven't finished our development really. This last piece is not playing. So I want to lift and double. That's what I'm doing here. Now we move the knight away. They lift and they're also going to double. But we have to notice that the rook is taking up squares from our knight. Like we can no longer go to f4. However, we can go to e5, and that actually threatens their weak pawn with a fork. So that would have been strong, right? That is what we call a threat. Now, you move the rook to the e file because you wanted this rook here. Now, that's a good idea to bring this rook to the center, but I think you still could have maybe doubled this way.
Yeah, I think in general, I don't ever think so. This is a good.
You don't ever think to what?
Lift the rooks.
What's up, Robbie? Lifting the rooks is very important. Especially doubling the rooks, right? So that's an important thing. Like, I love the rook on d6, not only because we're doubling, but also because the rook can then move around, right? We can start attacking stuff that way. So it's a really important functionality of the rooks is to get them involved by lifting them. So, okay. Here, and now they're trying to trade off their weakness. What's up, Robbie? Okay. So
did you know that Robbie and I are playing each other in a tournament on next weekend?
What tournament?
It's just like a lower rated streamer tournament that Gary, not Kasparov, whatever his name is.
Oh.
It's like Gary Kasparov.
Bye, Robbie. Good to see you, as always.
Bye, Robbie. Oh, I thought he was trying to...
Shout out to Robbie.
On the tips to see.
Robbie's a great player. I think he's going to do well.
What? not what I need to hear, Joe. I am playing Robbie as my first game. But hello,
What
Robbie.
kind of is it? A Swiss? Is it a round robin? No,
I
it can't
have
be Swiss.
I have zero idea. I don't know the time control.
How many players?
I have no idea.
Okay, you just know that you're playing Robbie.
That's all I know. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that you're gonna also do well, and I think that you have great chances no matter who you're up against. I think that it doesn't matter who you're paired up against, you're always gonna have your natural ability, and I think also the lessons are gonna help you out, and you've also got some over the board experience. I don't know if Robbie's ever played OTB like you have.
Well, it doesn't matter because the game is online. But
So
basically, what
it
Joe is
does
saying is that
matter.
I'm going to lose.
Your OTB that's first and foremost not what I said, and that's also not what you should take away from that. All I said is that Robbie's a good player, and like, oh wow, oh my God, Joe's saying I'm gonna lose. Like,
I mean, basically, have
that's
you ever
your
said that
own
I'm a good
interpret.
player? No,
I have said that you're a good player so many
that
times.
would be a lie, Joe, and we don't tell
I'm
lies.
not a liar.
We must not tell lies.
Emily is a great player, and I'm proud to say it.
Yeah, Robbie missed the hint that I don't lift my rooks though. But
Well,
now,
now you know. So Robbie better keep his eyes out,
no,
cause
you can be here. I hope that you learn. You deserve to learn from Joe because he's
if
great.
if Emily finds herself in this position again, it's lights out, game over. So let that be a warning to Robbie and all future Emily opponents to not play this poorly. So,
Well,
okay, let's look at what happened. So you move the knight, you move the rook. Now you have zero pressure on this pawn.
yeah,
So this weakness that they have is now free to then push, right? So what they're trying to do is get rid of their weakness for your perfectly healthy c pawn. Now you did the right thing and you didn't take. You followed up with your plan to bring the other rook into the game. So now you have everything playing, which is great. They double, and I think they just want to take. The computer wants you to play c5, avoiding the trade, avoiding the capture. And essentially what you're doing is you're saying, no, your pawn's going to stay here because it's weak, and I'm going to pick up that pawn at my leisure, and you're going to have to keep babysitting this pawn, right? You blundered your knight, so you put the knight on the edge of the board. You're attacking this pawn, right? Like, that makes a lot of sense. But you could have done it this way. Also, I would be a little concerned about taking on c7 now that they've doubled, because when you go here, you're pinning the pawn to the rook. So when they defend the rook, their rook is no longer hanging, and this pawn is no longer pinned. So
yeah,
this should be kind of an indicator that they are ready to then make this capture.
right.
So
I did concede, or I don't know. I remember like playing that out in my head and saying that's not.
yeah,
I think it was
let me look at the eval here. So yeah, you can trade, you can take on d6, and you're still completely fine because their structure's terrible, right? And you're just simplifying the position. Like essentially, as soon as they play knight f3 and you captured, this already should be an indication to you that you're better. And now it's like being up material, basically. If your pawn structure is better, you want to just trade stuff down, right? Because if you could just have the kings on the board with no pieces and just pawns, you should be in a good spot to win this endgame. Now, whether or not you have the faith and confidence and belief in yourself to do that is a different story. But I just want you to know that better pawn structure, you want to trade down, right? If you can damage their pawn structure, that's a great sign. And then this should give you the green light to just make as many trades as possible. So when they're making trades like this again is a green light to just trade everything, especially knowing here that they're going to even further worsen their structure. So this trade is great. I would have taken with a knight, but it's like whatever. Now, weak pawn, this is the target. Like your eye should be lighting up to just pounce on this pawn. You should put everything you have to attack this pawn. So that's why I like doubling, right, to get the other rook involved. And that's also why I don't like that you immediately took all the pressure off the pawn. So your next two moves, you bring the knight away and the rook away, right? And now they're free to push and to get rid of it. So now it
I think,
complicates things.
yeah. I think this is like an aha moment for me because I often like notice these weaknesses, and then if they play like a defensive move, I'm just like, okay, well, moving on rather than just continuing
You
to.
gotta apply the pressure, apply the heat,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta you gotta heat up the like I don't know. Strike while the iron's hot, I guess. You're kind of cooling down, right? The iron is like no longer hot. I'm sorry, the analogies are getting worse, but
Oh, that was a great analogy.
when
As
they
always.
double here, you need to address this pressure, right?
Yeah.
So something's about to boil over here because they're threatening to just take. This is actually a huge threat. If you do nothing, let's say, like, I mean, a flight square is better than nothing, but now they can take here, right?
Hmm.
That's a free pawn.
And almost a queen.
And it's almost a queen, right? Like, if we trade, okay, but like, holy smokes, are we gonna go here? No. That's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah.
Um, you did not acknowledge when they double,
No,
this is a huge threat.
no, I definitely saw that. But then I was at this point, I was like, I think I waited too long. I don't know how to defend this. So
You wanted to attack the pawn with the fork, but if we
I said like I just need to create some counter threats because I'm about to get into big trouble, and that's what happened.
yeah, but you
Yeah.
acknowledging the huge threat and saying like I need some counter threats or something, that's not enough. You need to then follow through with the calculation. That's where you really went wrong here, is that you did not ask yourself like, okay, what happens next? What is the threat first and foremost? And like what's the defense? What's going on? So here after they double, you missed. I mean, whether or not you saw it or not, like the calculation following it just didn't work out. So you have to recognize that that's a threat.
Hmm.
You have to recognize that that's the issue at hand. So here's like a few different ways that you can address that. First off, you can move your pawn, right? That saves it. That's one thing. Second off, you could just simply trade. You can take with the pawn or you can take with the rook. That's also just completely fine.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Um, I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking I was losing material that way, but I got
Yeah,
on.
it's a calculation thing, right? If you take a
Yeah.
pawn, they take your rook, you take back, they take a pawn. That's a rook and a pawn for a rook and a pawn. So there's
Yeah.
that, right? Now, best is to play c5 because you're stranding the isolated pawn. You're gonna gobble this up with the right kind of attention to detail and technique. Um,
Giving me too much credit.
yeah, like I think
I don't think I
the
would have done
best
what to do.
the best technique is doubling rooks
No, double, yeah, double.
here. Yeah. Also here, like you could play c6 if you want. You also pointed out c5. I think you pointed out both of these moves, but you're like, I really want this rook into the game. So that's where probably doubling would have been best, but you alleviate all the pressure, and now they can try to get rid of this weakness by trading it, which is reasonable. You can keep it stranded. First off, pinning it I think was really good. And then once it's no longer pinned, this is where you really have to address this issue, right?
Hmm.
So I think your counterplay was just not fully thought through. So like first off, the fork doesn't quite work because like I said, they just take well, okay, like okay, yeah, the fork would have been fine. Um how would this have worked? Yeah, because then it pins them again. So like if they take, now you have to take here first is the point, I think. Or actually, no, you could still take with check because after they move, then you have to take with a rook. Because if you take with the knight, then they're going to take here. So that's not great. But yeah. So it's really complicated. I'd say that if you see the fork and you calculated that that would work out, you need to go to a more accurate square. You need to go somewhere, you have to go to e5. This is a little bit more precise.
Yeah.
And it's also just a centralized square. You can attack this pawn two different ways. You can go here, you can go here. But you actually can't go to h4 because it's covered. So that's a really important detail. But also, putting a knight in the middle of the board is just going to be better for you. Right? Knight in the center is much better than a knight on the edge of the board. This is like another game you played like knight a4, and that wasn't good, right? So here you're playing knight h4, and this is just the blunder of a piece, which isn't good. We can't afford to just give up pieces for free. So knight h4, not great. And from there, it's really hard to win the game because that's just a free piece. So probably you should have gone here, and then they would like probably, well, no, that wouldn't work. They would probably play here or something. And then you really have to address this issue here. So, I mean, maybe you could attack the rook again. But it's actually not like so easy because they can just go here. And now you have another issue here. So if you move the rook or the knight to attack the rook, then, well, now you're just losing this pawn. So like we have to be really certain when we make these sort of counter threats that it's going to work out. Because if it doesn't, then we're in a really risky situation here. So here's another way to look at it. This is a permanent weakness, right? The doubled pawn. And we can kind of go after that like whenever. So we're not in a very big rush to go after this pawn with either knight move. This is kind of an immediate threat. We can address this first and then go after this pawn later, right? Like we always have this threat in our back pocket. But if they can react to our threat with another threat, or it just doesn't work out or whatever, then this is going to be a bigger issue. So the longer we let an issue kind of persist, the bigger it can become later.
Right.
So this move didn't work out for us, unfortunately. And now we trade off everything, and now we're just down a piece. So that's kind of like really this game was great, and then you made a one-move blunder, and now we just lose. So this also is a really pretty tactic by them. Props to them for finding that. You noticed that as well. So the rook check, I think, is the right move, right? This is really smart because you're not trading into a losing game. You're keeping the rook on the board. But then here we have to really recognize the back rank issue. I know you tried to make a flight square and attack the knight at the same time, but you forgot that the knight covers our flight square. Okay. Do you have any questions? I can't hear you. But it looks like you said no.
I said no.
Okay, great.
I said that was very helpful.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. When you moved your knight and then the rook took it, you obviously missed that, right? Like you didn't see that the rook could take your knight.
I guess not.
We gotta blunder check. Like when we move something somewhere, we have to ask ourselves, like, is this safe? Is this possible? And it might seem tedious, but it's a necessity.
No. That's very important, yes.
Yeah.
Robbie, don't be intimidated. I've just been like on a solid chilled, so you're in good shape. Although, and you can watch this whole lesson. You can see where my weaknesses are. There are, spoiler alert, are a lot of them. So.
Also, another spoiler alert, Robbie can ask me for lessons anytime.
Oh. tell him that till after our game. Just wait.
All right. After your match, I'll give Robbie lessons anytime. Seriously though, like I I'm happy to give lessons. I don't give lessons to like random viewers or chatters, but I'll give lessons to streamers or friends. I think collaborations are fun. I think it's also instructive for viewers, and I think it's a good way for people to kind of grow their channels and get some more exposure. And honestly, I think it's just a good time. So I also owe Bingo a lesson. I think Jesse probably would want another lesson at some point. Um, but yeah, Robbie, feel free to hit me up whenever, dude. Robbie's not just a viewer. Robbie's actually low key a celebrity. I don't know if you know that about him. Did you know that Robbie's like a local legend in Canada?
No, a local legend. Tell me
People,
more.
he's been on TV. He's an actor.
He's another actor. Oh my
Another
gosh.
actor, yeah.
All the actors are playing chess on Twitch.
Not only
My
that, Robbie plays guitar. He's in a band. Robbie sings. Robbie also
Wow.
knows like multiple languages.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, the guy,
Wait, honestly, Robbie, it sounds like you just deserve to win our
he
game.
does it all.
These are all facts.
Hi, White Noise. Hi, Tagbon. Good to see you
Dang,
guys.
that's impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't lie. So I wouldn't lie about Robbie. He's too handsome to lie about.
I tried to look at some of his streams, but there aren't any like replays,
No VODs?
VODs, however, whatever they're called.
Wow,
So I
dude,
got
Robbie, you gotta put the content out there. You got fans that are trying to tune in.
yeah, get it together. Also, Joe, I try and watch your streams, but they happen like way after I'm in bed. So
Well, I have VODs enabled, so what's your excuse? I have to stream earlier. Is I'm just kidding.
okay,
No,
touche.
if we just
It's
do
not as
lessons
fun.
all the time, not that's true. Um, Maybe randomly, if you're not in the chat, I'll just say hi to Emily in case you are watching the VOD, so that you'll keep. No, I'm just kidding. I probably won't do that. Um, okay.
Well, I'm gonna have to verify that this is not a lie you're telling me by watching the future VOD.
I'll just tell you right now, you should probably not watch my VODs. I don't think it'll be worth it. But if I give a lesson to Robbie, then maybe that VOD would be worth watching because then you could learn something from it. And then also you get to see Robbie because he doesn't have his VODs enabled. Maybe Robbie won't do a lesson with me unless I disable my VOD.
Well, make sure you guys save the lessons till after Sunday.
I'll be
I'm just kidding. You guys go ahead. Just do it at a time that I can join and watch.
okay. So, did you want to play another game or is it getting too late?
What are you doing? Because have you eaten dinner or anything?
Yeah, I made sure that's why I had to start later. Then I know you said you're ready at like 5 and I pushed it back like 2 hours.
Do you feel? I mean, this is actually. I don't know. This could be a grave mistake. I don't know. Do you want to go?
I want to keep going if you're ready to play another one.
So, I have only given the chat losses. So I need to give you guys a win and wrap
Well,
up all of our earnings
well,
into a
if I feel
99 accuracy game.
if you've one had fun and two learned something, then that is a win. So, no, you didn't give just chat losses. I think the stream's been a W so far, regardless of your game results. And that's just my take on it. You might feel differently, but if you want to put that pressure on yourself to deliver a W, you just have to live with the risk of knowing that you might play another game and you might lose again.
I will drop into the 700s if I lose, so maybe it's too much pressure.
That also you shouldn't care about because Doesn't matter what your rating is or the milestone you're at or whatever, because it's just a number, first off. But second off, it's not really indicative of your skill and ability to play well, because I think you're a great player, regardless of what you might think. And I think that your rating is just one little description of your chess average at this moment in time, which does not define you. And it's just a stepping stone in your greater path to GM, which I believe that you'll be.
Oh yes, definitely.
You're already a GM streamer, like I said. So just working
Right.
on that chess rating. No, but seriously though, like don't ever let your rating define like, okay, you might lose, you might be below 800, but like ultimately in time in practice, you're going to improve, you're going to get better, you're going to get back to 800, you're going to get over 800, you're going to get 900, 1000, you're going to keep going.
You are expecting that I am going to.
I'm expecting that you will keep playing as long as you're enjoying yourself and having fun. And I think you are enjoying it. Otherwise, I
Yes.
wouldn't I wouldn't I don't want to give lessons to students that don't enjoy chess.
Well, my
'Cause that would be
chat
a
has
waste of
heard
all
me
of it.
periodically mention that I hate it, but that's usually
Yeah, I think those are moments of temporary rage, and that I think is natural. But here's the thing, you could say that you want to quit as much as you want, but you keep coming back. And
I do.
that's only a good thing if you enjoy it. But if you really do want to quit, if you're like, this is too stressful, I'm not actually having fun, then by all means, I actually would recommend to someone to quit chess. If I mean, my first recommendation is to kind of reassess like what's making them mad. Is it that they're losing? Is it that they're not playing their best to their ability? Like I think there's a lot of things that you can change in your outlook and your behavior to change your mental attitude towards chess before you actually quit chess. But I'm also not just going to say like, oh, chess is for everyone. They should always play, like never quit chess or whatever. Like some people don't want to take those steps to reassess how they view losing chess games, right? Like there are people that are like, I only want to win. And I'm like, then chess maybe isn't the best thing for you. Like I'm not gonna lie to them and say like, oh yeah, you could totally just win everything and just never lose. It's just not possible. Um, Bishop Star, she's debating whether or not she wants to play again. She's a little worried that she's gonna lose again and get below 800, but I think she should go for it. I think that she shouldn't care about winning or losing. I've been saying this since like day one, but I don't know if she's really. I think Emily has such high standards for herself, which is good. But I also think that she has to come to terms with reality that chess, you're basically gonna win and lose like half the time. Like that's just how the game works, right? So if that already doesn't sit well with you, that's you're in a rough spot because you have to learn to take the losses in stride. And that's why to me, the losses are learning experiences, right? Like that's the positive that you can take out of it is that you're going to learn something, you're going to gain something from it. So that's why I want her to play again because I think that we can still learn.
I'll do it.
All
Should we
right.
just do a 10? No, then I'll definitely lose.
Well, I don't think you'll definitely lose, but I think that the 15-10 is good. I
Okay.
think it's more helpful. I think the 10-minute is going to be too much.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. I agree. I will lose for sure. Although I don't know,
that's
15
not
minutes.
that's not what I was saying.
Oh, so are we? We're saying the
I'm
15 10.
saying yeah, 15-10. I was saying that 10-0 is going to be more stressful and you'll have less time. I'm not saying that you would lose. That's definitely not a guarantee.
Oh yeah, Robbie has given us some insight on this tournament that I am participating in, but know nothing about. So
Well,
it's 10 time control,
what
but
which tournament would you rather do? Like, I think you could do well in both, but you have this January over the board tournament to
yeah,
also
I'd rather
prep.
do better than that for sure.
I think that's
So
what kind of like I'm trying to gear you to have the most success in terms of just chess gaining. Like if you do really well in chess in general, that's going to trickle down to the faster time controls like 10-0.
yeah, the goal is in June in Vegas, which we're all going to collectively, including you, to play. I'm going to be in the champion division.
Huge. You heard it
Huge.
here
That's
first.
gonna happen. That's gonna be my 1 year chess anniversary of when I first started playing.
She wants to win Vegas.
And at that point,
Honestly, I think she could win Vegas. I don't think she could win the open section
what?
in 1 year's time, but they have
But
sections
right.
based off your rating. I think you could
So
win your section.
so I should just stay low rated so that I can go in
I
and
think
win.
you should try to get as much rating as you can before then. Don't worry about what section you're going to play in.
Mm.
I would say don't play in the open section because I have seen low rated players play in the open section because they could or they wanted to or whatever. I don't think that's a good experience for anyone. I'm not going to stop someone if they're dead set on doing that. Like, if you want to go and play against the GMs, by all means, go ahead and do that. I don't think that's going to be the best use of your time. Um,
Well, it'll be circumstantial. We'll see how I'm doing at that point.
you might just become a GM by then.
Exactly,
So I'm
exactly.
not, who am I to limit you into what you can and can't achieve?
All
Um,
right, let's get this show on the road. Um,
okay.
all right, I'm taking out my headphones, guys. This is
All
it.
right.
This is gonna be the
Showtime.
dub we've all
Let's,
been waiting for,
good luck.
deserving.
You got this. Oh, Emily puts so much pressure on herself. I mean, I get it. It's just rough, right? Because like she would love to win all of her games, and we would love to see her win all of her games. It's just not like realistic. Now to win one game, yeah, like that is kind of a reasonable expectation. But
Yeah,
sometimes
you
you
just
lose all
don't
your
expect
games,
to
and that's
every
fine.
game.
I've definitely had a stream before where I've lost every single game.
Solid game of chess. That's
And
all
you
we
know
need.
what? Sometimes you just gotta cut your losses short, and that's okay.
Uh,
But here,
as
she's got her London system for the first time today.
my moves here.
Senpai's already putting $10 on Emily. Do we have any counter bets?
Okay, so like
Is Queen D2 London theory? I have a sneaking
develop,
suspicion that it's not.
that is going to be the idea at some point. Actually, even better, I could force this. Not necessarily force this now. Has to take because otherwise, like, I mean, they're losing a bishop and a rook, and then. I mean, our pawn structure is a little weak, but this pawn's gonna be. I don't know.
I wouldn't Lafong that way, Bishop Stars, but I'm a fan of
I think
Bishop E5.
I'm just gonna do that.
Okay, I would have done this before in case they fianchetto, but yeah, this is some groundbreaking London theory that I didn't know existed.
And
But
we did not ask ourselves what our opponent would do, but now we can definitely like.
now Bishop G3. Let's bring that bishop on home. F6 is a bad move.
Ah, okay.
I don't
Because
know.
now I can retreat, but then they can go G5, and then my. I mean, honestly, they're just making their bishop bad though. So,
It's true.
like, do I need to go back here and
This
give
is a
up my
good
bishop?
move for us,
I mean,
so
that
she
bishop
shouldn't be
is
too stressed.
actually fine by me. I think we just retreat here and like this is
Fantastic move. Bishop
bishop is
stars.
successful. The
Some
only
really
thing
good points.
we'll just take, I guess, and then maybe I need to revisit. Yeah, there's interesting. So they go G4 anyway.
Not a good move. Bishop Star says sometimes I just go into the game intending to lose and end up winning instead. That's a great
Already a
way to
little
manage
overconfident
expectations.
over here, but nothing to be afraid of. Everything is fine. We're going to, I think, play h4. Or do we just go here? I don't want this pawn here because it's just gonna hurt our development. So I think.
What up, Brody? I gotta play more of that stuff, dude, honestly.
Also, like, I don't. Do I even need to worry about this? Here we go. I think I'm just like maybe overthinking.
Robbie, what's your hair routine? That's what the people want to know.
But yeah, the problem is if I go here with my knight, which I would like to do, then they go here. So I think I have to do this. Okay.
I don't know why she thought she had to do
Now,
that.
like, yeah. I fear I may have wasted too much time trying to. Okay. I mean, my bishop can always retreat in here, so like I'm not really too concerned. Actually, like this is nice. This is nice. Their bishop, not nice. I mean,
Robbie's a great guy, Brody. You should check out his streams.
The only problem with this now is like this square is not great. I think let's just create some counterplay in the center. Maybe. What if we go here?
I think, yeah, she needs to really focus on her development of pieces, which is why I'm not a big fan of h3.
I need to castle. I need to get these pieces out. Maybe we just go here.
Now she's back on track.
Yeah, so then my knight can go here. I think this is better. Maybe. Maybe not. We're leaving the knight options open. Okay.
Just bishop h2. Nice, calm and easy move here.
Now we like this square, actually. That's nice.
Yeah, but PKR, I don't want her to be pushing the h-pawn when she has minor pieces that could be developed, right?
Okay, so I think this is the idea here, so let's...
So here, c4 is actually a nice move. Just really thematic with the d4 opening. And then get the bishop out and knight c3, but...
come here.
Also, just knight c3 and knight f3 are just fantastic development moves. It just says to push the h-pawn every position. It's true.
Wait, my knight can't even go to the square. Like, I'm blind.
Was she saying d2? Like, I don't know.
Okay.
The queen should not have gone to d2. Yo, Gremlin with a huge raid. Which is honestly... Normally, I'm really happy to get a raid, but I have to say, like, I'm a little disappointed to get raided by Gremlin because that tells me that I missed her stream. I owe you so much more than that, Gremlin. I really shouldn't be streaming when Gremlin's streaming because I should just be watching Gremlin streams. So I apologize for that. I'm going to give you a shout out. It's the least I can do. I'm going to have to go back and watch the VOD and do my homework. Although I actually don't know if Gremlin even has her VODs enabled. You forgive me? I don't know if I forgive myself is the thing. I know you're the nicest person ever. You would never do anything rude or unkind. So of course you would forgive me. But I hold myself to higher standards. This was simply unacceptable. Gremlin is the GOAT. I agree. If you're not following Gremlin, I don't know if I want to follow you. That's what I'll say. Anyways, we're giving a lesson to Emily, plays chess. But Gremlin also plays chess.
We'll trade. We have center pawns. Okay.
Angel, thank you for the follow.
This is fine.
Gremlin, another lesson coming up.
Their pawns are kind of...
You just say the word. You speak the word and we'll make it happen.
That's fine. Do they have any checks? No, we're good.
Gremlin, one of the celebrities in the Creator Cup. Castles, love this. Knight takes d4. Would you say b3? What does b3 do? Bishop c4. Ah,
which maybe
real fancy pants move idea by PKR.
I fear this knight may be misplaced. Like,
Yeah, B3 I wouldn't do, but it is a gnarly idea
can.
to win the queen
Um,
after taking on D5. Here, I think she needs to
I'm just fully
complete
knowing.
some development, right? So
I'm like, they're gonna come here.
computer likes
Like,
F4 actually.
hmm.
Broadcast.
I need like development pieces. It's just a question. Like, either way, this knight is bad.
Gremlin might not have won the Creator Cup outright, but she's still my hero. And the fact that she competed is already just amazing. I think Gremlin has so much more to show the world of her chess ability and prowess. Her talent is just through the roof. And
I
I'm
guess
really,
as
honestly, like,
we can maybe try and get these knights to rotate. I think that's gonna be a better option.
I do want to shout out the Creator Cup in general. Like, any sort of
Yes.
stream or tournament or event that's going to put,
Oh, it's
streamers on
blocking
the
my bishop.
map, giving people
Uh,
more of an audience. I think that's admirable. Bun gifting the Robbie, huge thank you.
Fun for gifting a sub. Thank you so much.
I don't think you need to watch me more,
Robbie,
Gremlin.
thank you. Um, Thank you so much. Okay, attacking my pawn. I think I know they can kick this away, but like I can.
So I think she should
Knights
play
on the rim
G3.
are dim, but either way, I don't really have a great place for my knight, and I need to get this one out. Ooh, I'm not loving this. What about this? Takes. Take with the bishop.
Yeah,
Or
shout
take
out
with.
shout out to Matt and Gilby,
I
aka Ghibli.
think this is pretty good. But then these pieces are bad, and then like this
G3 is
queen side.
G3 is not like the most natural move because it blocks in the dark square bishop, but we're not really
Um,
worried about blocking our bishop because we're guaranteed to capture and open up the G file.
but then this will be weak. I can maybe do something with the queen attacking. Not yet. I think I'm gonna go with this move.
Yeah, F4 is not. Yeah, wow, she played G3.
Then we have another attacker on the pawn, and I think
She's cooking.
thing will be fine.
She's absolutely cooking.
Oh, the only problem is no, it's
Wow.
fine.
Wow. Dangerous
Um,
move here
yeah, this
on
is
the
annoying. Guess we take this one because if I take this, then the knight comes in. So if I take this and then they come here, we just
so she should take either pawn with either pawn. Yeah, also anyone tuning in from the raid, this is a perfect time because this might be Emily's last game of the stream and she's looking for a huge dub with the white pieces. She's had an opportunity to play her London opening and we're seeing her put it to perfection here. I think she should play bishop f4. Brilliant move here, doing
and
two
honestly,
things.
this is nice. We have
Oh,
like this open
okay,
file
that
for
she didn't quite calculate this through. This works because she still has bishop f4. She might have accidentally.
blunder checks. I need to do the blunder checks. I have not been doing that. Okay, this is good.
No, she didn't. Bishop f4 was still fine. That was still actually a sound move,
Then
believe
yeah,
it or
like
not.
it's fine. Like that sucks, but oh, also wait, I can take this knight.
This position is still not bad. She is threatening the knight on h6.
Knight with,
So this is still very incredible to just
but
see. Like,
there will be
she just gave up a piece, but the king side attack is real and true. So she might just completely dominate because the king is so weak. So, gosh, but yeah, I would have loved if she had just played bishop f4 on either of the last two moves. She would have been totally fine. I think she dropped a piece and then she kind of panicked.
And doing the same move, then
Okay, look at this. She's gonna take the knight and she's gonna be threatening mate in one. Not even easy to find, or not even easy to defend.
I think we can just do this.
Yeah, that was too easy for her. Now I'm curious. After rook f7, which looks like the only move, then what does she do? She should play knight f4, attacking the bishop and also getting into h5.
Ooh, defense.
What else is there? She can double her rooks,
The thing is,
right?
he moves
Just any rook left would be
here.
fantastic.
Attacking. That doesn't work. Crap! I need to ask myself what my opponent was going to do. I mean, we got.
No, this is fine. This is fine. She takes the free piece.
Let's go here, attacking the bishop.
She's going for knight f4. Brilliant.
Because if they unpin the king, which with the only move that can take that with a fork of the.
Brilliant. She's saying if the king moves to f8, we're going to take the bishop with check and with a fork. But if they save the bishop, let's say queen d7, for example, then we have knight h5. So knight f4 is not only attacking the bishop, but it's also trying to attack the other bishop that's pinned. Please, knight h5. How brilliant.
It's like I don't know. But now I think we are just winning. Oh,
We've been just winning.
Defense. That's why they did that. Yes. Good thinking.
Knight h5. I don't think she sees it though. Yet. I think also I think probably lifting the rooks should still be good.
No.
If she'll find that.
Tactics here. What happens if
Take care, Gremlin. Gremlin knows that Emily's got this in the bag. She has full faith and confidence. But it's also pretty late out there on the East Coast. Knight C takes d5.
We can take this with a rook.
She's looking at sacking the exchange. I don't. She's gotta just see that the bishop's pinned, right? We want to attack pinned pieces. Well, knight h5 is a move that once you see it, you play it.
But they can still go. I think that's pretty much game. Like that's. I don't know. I'm not good at this. Okay, I'm just doing it.
What's she talking about? Where she's like, I'm just gonna do it. That gets me a little nervous. Not gonna lie. Yeah, this was not a good move.
Maybe we go here first. Yes. Do we go here first?
We don't want to take pin pieces. Now she has knight h5, but gosh, she's just given so much mobility back to their defense, unfortunately. I mean, giving up a rook for a bishop is already not so great. But then also, like, the fact that it was pinned and that also we could have attacked it, this is unfortunate. So here, yeah, like, we're losing our attackers. So she's offering this rook trade, but again, like, she's got to figure out how to double. Okay, this was a huge blunder because, well, she can trade. The queen was doing an important job of defending the bishop, right? So, that's just a free piece. Also, the computer really likes knight g6.
But what happens if rook?
You think that she thought the rook was pinned? Probably. That also I feel like makes some sense actually.
I go here.
Like I could see that being in part of her calculation.
Then I lose this.
Wow. She's really kind of.
this because it attacks the queen and that square. And then we
Oh
can
my
come
God. Rook takes G1 now and she loses her queen. That's
in.
so sad. And that's just a check.
Yeah, it's check. Yeah, I have to do this. Shoot.
Well, knight G6 just attacks the
But
the
now,
queen, right?
oh my gosh, I'm losing my queen.
Yeah, she sees it now.
Oh my gosh! I tried to be too. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine, she says, as she's crying. And Jonah, well,
Yes, I'm never playing this game.
it's unfortunate, man. She
Oh
just she just has to
no.
take back quick. Like
Well,
just seriously, just
this
take the
is
rook
this is a
and just
bummer
keep playing.
for sure. Didn't anticipate.
Because the more time you give, like maybe they
Effective.
just took with check on accident, but like
Okay.
no, obviously they're gonna see the free queen.
Um,
But still, like there's
here we go.
no
Okay.
good out of
And
kind of.
this, can we? No.
I mean,
I
I
can
don't know.
work this.
She's got to work on her technique here. This is not a tactical, like, okay, it also is tactical for sure.
Very soft.
Tactics training, yeah, that's what Gilby say. There's a lot of things that led to this issue.
Well, it's unfortunate for sure. Now we have lost. We have no rooks. We have no queen.
No
We
rooks.
have a strong knight.
Love this assessment.
We can win a pawn here, and I'm about to get. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay.
She can play F4 and hope
With
that they take it.
oh, it just gets better and better. Yay! Yay! Okay.
So
I love chess. Oh my gosh, it's so fun. It's so fun. Let's go here. They're gonna take the other. I think
this is a heartbreaking game
the only problem is now I can't move. That's
because
actually
you know,
fine.
besides obviously rooting for her and seeing her kind of losing some games earlier, this was definitely a
Horrible.
game where she had amazing chances, right? Like a really good position, just kind of squandered with a one move blunder. But I do think that there's a lot to learn from the technique of the
And I see
attack. Like
this,
she had such a
but
crushing position.
they're gonna take this pawn. Or no, they won't because it's defended. They are going to come down here. I can. Oh, this defense is gone. So basically,
She should play bishop e3 and see that after queen e1, she has a knight d1 check or knight d1 block.
I have 3 minutes, but it's not going to make a difference. So let's just go.
Yeah, Zeus, we need to practice the tactics, I think. She's
Guess
been
here.
struggling with the tactics.
Block with 2 pieces. I'm just.
She can start with knight d1 right now. Or king d2. King d2 is also a reasonable move.
It was probably not a good move. I know it wasn't a good move, but I didn't know what else.
She's really kind of beating herself up a little bit. There's queen g4 is the problem. That's a fork of the knight and the bishop.
Losing any sort of chance.
She had tough opponents today, man. I don't know what else to say. Like, yeah. Opponent found the right move here.
This is hanging. Yeah, so that's great. That is something.
I think what lost her the game is the exchange sacrifice. Like taking the bishop that was pinned with her rook is just so.
I've just mentally resigned, guys.
It was so unnecessary.
I shouldn't have. But okay, if she takes here, then
like yeah, her opponents have definitely blundered, and like she's had her chances.
Takes here. We can go here at least and attack.
But
it's just very bad, very bad.
They've just capitalized on her mistakes more.
8 points in material and about to be 11.
She can't dwell on this too long. I think.
Oh, is it my turn? Wait,
Okay, she didn't even
has
realize.
it been my turn this whole time? Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is fine. This is great. We have time to defend.
Oh, I thought she saw that she was forked and was upset.
Wow. I thought this whole time.
She's just kind of out of it right now. That's what I'll
this
say.
gives us hope that we can create a counter threat. That is really our only option.
Knight C7. What are you saying? And hope they don't see queen takes f4 check?
We're gonna go here.
I think they would just take the bishop on g1. Or you play knight c7 and they just have to play like rook c8. She's played c7. Yeah, rook c8. I mean...
Oh gosh, and now we're back to square one where we...
Yeah, you still have both pieces hanging. All right, we take a pawn.
What is this? It is not chess, actually. Whatever it is, it is.
We are down a queen. It is true.
Oh no, we don't, because this knight.
Now, opponent always has a chance to blunder. Which unfortunately I didn't do. Now we play knight e3. She feels so bad.
I can't hear anything.
Hold up, kill me. I mean, there's hope. Like, they can always blunder a queen. Knights are tricky, right?
I don't know.
But even if she wins the queen, she's still losing.
Where does the queen go? Here.
They could disconnect, that's true. But, like, even if she wins with, like, disconnect or whatever, like, that's not the point, right? Like, she shouldn't...
As we called them. I see this creates a problem. If this knight moves, then they come, they take this pawn with check, I move, and then I lose.
She should play c3.
We basically,
Master I can't advocate for that, Robbie. That's just not... It's not the move.
And then, okay. And then we try that.
All right, c3, a good move.
I have 1 minute. There's basically a negative chance of me.
Negative chances.
People fight on. Fight on.
She's not giving up, dude. No quit. Knight g4 maybe.
So
I don't know.
we take. I can't take though. Oh my gosh, what do we do? I don't know. And now
2466, very nice PKR. How do we lose exchange? She sacrificed it. ZH is crazy house. Okay, this move was not great because of d4. Yeah, and now the knight on e2 is not defendable.
Good job. They closed it. Yeah, like, okay. I hate it. Done with this game. I don't, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't great. But that's okay. We can't let her spirits get too low. She has to realize that she actually had a really good position and that she was crushing. And she just has to better. Yeah, this Blunder's Maiden won, which they missed. Now here's an opportunity. Yeah, blocking with the knight is the right move because they could have pre-moved queen takes, but they didn't. Here,
Okay. That
oh, okay. Hello.
hello.
So you don't need me to tell you this because I know you know already, but you were absolutely crushing this guy, and that position was really good. And it's really good that you were able to get to that position. So this is not a game to dwell on for too long or beat yourself up over, but I do want to go at the opportunities that you missed because I think that's going to be really instructive. And I think that my takeaway is that you need some help with your calculation and tactics specifically, and also a little bit of your conversion technique. All right, so let's get into it.
Perfect.
I'm going to add you to the classroom again. And also, I want to just quickly thank you for the time that you've given to all of us today to play. And I know it's maybe not the
Thank
best experience for you to like be losing all your games, but I do want you to
you.
realize
It's all
that,
good. We're learning and having fun. So
yeah.
that's what matters.
All right. Glad that you feel the same way. Because
Definitely.
I just don't want you to beat yourself up because I think you did great.
No, it's fine. This happens. Actually, I just like the same thing happened yesterday, and we came back, and then now it's happening again. But that's just part of it. I feel like I've learned a lot. So
Yeah.
tomorrow I'm gonna be ready to.
If you think about it, like any game that you play, and specifically any game that you lose, it's because you're playing suboptimal. Like you're making mistakes, you're making blunders, you're missing opportunities. If you can learn what's going wrong and where you can improve from each game, as you build up these experiences through your losses, you're just going to keep getting better and better. So the wins will come, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a guarantee.
Yes. Yes.
It's going to happen. So you just have to just push through to the other side. So don't let any of this dishearten you. Because honestly, like if you look at how good your position was, like that's if you can get that position in every game, like you're just going to be crushing people left and right. So here you actually had your opportunity to play the London that you know and love.
Yes.
Now, my question to you is Queen D2 like part of the opening theory, the prep? Like, do you always play Queen D2?
No.
So why Queen D2 here?
I'm trying to challenge these like dark squares over here. Bishop over and like that bishop. Do I
Okay.
have access? Oh, I'm not in the classroom. Or am I? Do I not have access?
You're there. I just gave you the.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Because I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and take advantage of these.
Yeah.
Dark squares, challenge this bishop because this bishop's gonna be a pain later. I don't know the timing of like when to act on that. I wasn't really sure of, but that was the idea.
That makes sense. And this is a very common maneuver anytime they play G6. I think it doesn't work right now because the knight is also there. So this is kind of a move that we want to save for later. Because also we don't want to bring the queen out too early. And we have like other pieces that we need to get out first.
Yeah.
So Queen D2, I just had a question for a second there. Here, again, we're moving a piece that we've already developed, right? So I would have preferred if we brought out a knight or something, or like pushed a pawn for this bishop to come out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, probably they should have captured or like developed a knight or something. They played a bad move. F6 is bad because it weakens the king side and it weakens their bishop. It blocks their bishop in. So this ended up working out for you.
Mhm.
They play here. This is also just pretty weakening.
Mhm.
And it's just a pawn push, right? This is not actually helping their development. So I want you to develop and get castled, right?
Okay.
We're still in the opening. We want to try to connect our rooks. So h3 was just not it because this is you're following a bad move with like another bad. The h3 is better than g4 or g5. Like h3 is really helpful in a lot of reasons down the line, but it's not needed right now.
Mhm.
So we have better use of our time by developing our knights or this bishop. Take care, Robbie. Thanks for being here. So also, if you're gonna push the h pawn, like probably h4 is better. But like I think you're thinking, okay, if I go h3, then my bishop can go back to h2, right? That was the thought process.
Well, and I was like, okay, then I can reserve this square for my knight, even though I wasn't like really sure.
Okay, that's a reasonable point as well, too, actually. Um,
But
I think if your knight comes here and they play g4, like you should definitely be
yeah.
aware of that, and I think it's good that you recognize that, right?
Mhm.
So it's really good to see this, that that's going to be an issue that you might have to deal with. But your knight also is going to be pretty happy here, I think. Like there's no pawn now that can kick it out. This is an outpost, more or less, right? There's no way that they can really challenge your knight here. So that's totally fine. Also, like if the queen isn't on d2, like coming back here is also kind of a common thing, but it's better that your knight is out than still on g1.
Mhm.
Even if it's annoying to have to move it again. I'm just saying that h3 is not necessary right now because we shouldn't be concerned with these sort of pawn pushes until it happens.
Right.
So I'm just trying to really emphasize, like, let's get our pieces out before we just push pawns.
Okay.
Unless
Yeah.
unless the pawn push is really like instrumental, like I'm a big fan of h3. Whenever my queen's on d1, I push the e pawn, and my knight is coming here, and they're gonna play bishop here and pin me. Then like h3 I think is worth it. But right now it's really not. But okay, now they play here. If your pawn was on h2, like let's say you develop this knight and now they play here, now h3 is a good move. Or
Mhm.
h4 might even be better. So
Yeah.
I think now after they do something like this, then this is becomes a reasonable move. So they kind of justified your h pawn push with theirs. So now you push, they push. This is really good. You should play this instantly, which you did, which is great. They develop, you develop, they castle. Now you push in the center. I think you should probably castle or develop some pieces, right? Like, we should not be pushing before we're castled here. Like, you just played e3, right? Then you bring the knight out, and then you played e4. Like, this is just inefficiency. So, like, really, if you look at it, you could play knight c3 first, and if you really want to play e4, you could play that in one move.
Yeah.
You played e3, e4.
Yeah.
Like you're
I
just
forgot.
you're wasting time.
Yeah. True.
You're not you should play e3 is a great move because now your bishop's opened up, right?
Mhm.
Knight c3 is a great move. E4 might be a good move, but how you played it, it's just not efficient, right? You're
Yeah.
wasting your moves. You're wasting your time. This is a recipe for disaster. Your openings, you need to focus more on development and castling, right? So castling here would have been great. Getting the bishop out also would have been great. Getting the knight out also great. Like they just castled and now you're trying to open up the center when your king's still in the middle. This is like red flags, right? Like you open the center when their king is in the center and when you've already castled. You're doing them the favor here by opening things up when you're not castled yet. So you're just not ready for this center play.
Okay.
And it was not efficient either, right? Because you had just played e3. Now you're playing e4. Like pawns can go 2 squares
Yeah.
in one move. So you're spending 2 moves on the same pawn. After like I think you're playing a lot of isolated moves and like you're not getting the full picture, right? Kind of every move kind of plays together, right? You're just trying to build a sort of one coherent story. You're kind of all over the place, right? Like
Yeah.
I think when I point it out and you see it after the fact, like it makes sense. Where you're like, oh yeah, that maybe wasn't the most logical thing. So we gotta stick to one sort of game plan, right? When we're in the opening, it's the pieces got to come out, the king's got to get castled, and then we want to play in the center, right? So this was just like not the most coherent process for it. Now, in general, this is a really good pawn break for you. Like opening the center is good. You're just not ready for it. Like we have too many pieces back here. Okay, capture castles. Knight comes out. You're like, oh shoot, I blocked my bishop. Like yeah, probably we want to go forward, right? Like
Yeah.
like where does the knight want to go from here? Maybe is another question for you.
I was thinking like I would basically have these two, like this one move here maybe.
But
I was thinking like over here it's not going to be good anywhere.
here's the thing about opposite side castles games
Hmm.
is you really want to just attack them on their king side. So playing on this queen side here is not going to help you because they're going to be encouraged to like you go here and they're just going to attack. Like you don't want to play where your king is. You want to play where their king is. So when you put a knight on the edge of the board here, it's first off not good. But then second off, you're just helping them attack you on that side. And then also, let's say you put a knight here, and then the second knight comes here. I mean, your knight is already here. So why do you
Yeah,
need
yeah,
this knight here?
I don't know.
So like really you're just getting a knight here, but like that knight is not helping you or doing anything over there. Like you would rather have the knight here and then just try to break them down on this side, right? Because then once you go g3, which is a great move by the way, now your knight's helping that attack, right? You're
Yeah.
really causing some problems there. Knight here is not great. You're blocking the bishop. So you're making a move and then you're like, oh shoot, like I'm blocking my bishop. Like let's think about that before we like let's get the bishop out and then bring the knight in or whatever, right? Or let's put a knight where it's not blocking our bishop. So, okay. Pawn push. I love this move. This is the best move. This is how you're going to break down this pawn structure and this is how you're going to attack the king. So this is a brilliant move. A lot of people would shy away from this move because you're blocking your bishop. But if you realize like this pawn's not going anywhere, you're always going to have the option to take here and your bishop's going to open up again. This is brilliant. And this is also just guaranteeing you're going to open the file towards the king. This is great. So here, this is a blunder because, again, they're opening things up where their king is. This is just so bad strategically, like positionally. This is just a really bad move. Also, it just completely blunders this pawn, which you take, which is great. And now here is where we're like, okay, we forgot to blunder check. Like we really need to just not be dropping pieces, right? Like that's gonna really be hard.
Yeah.
Like when you play the knight on the edge and the rook just takes it, like that was why you lost that last game, right? Like you were playing fantastically until that. It's you can play a perfect game and then one blunder can ruin it all.
Hmm.
So if you're really stressing yourself out about like, oh man, I'm like losing games, like you got to see that you're playing really well. It's just your one move can cost you the whole game. So like that's why you have to be so precise. And honestly, I'm about to blow your mind right now. Bishop takes pawn is not even a blunder because your position is so good. You have tactics. So there's a better move here. When they push this pawn, not only are they helping you open up files against their king, but you're also opening up diagonals. Here's one benefit of the knight on e2. What does the knight help support? I'm giving you a big hint here.
I guess f4.
Yeah, f4. Like if we want to attack their king, we want to make pawn breaks, right? That's how we open things up. That's why we don't want to make this pawn break in the center when our king is still not castled. But now that we're castled and we kind of know where the kings are, that's where we want to focus our attention. And that's where we want to make our pawn breaks. So that's why g3 is so good. But another idea besides g3 is f4. What's up, Bouncing? Okay, so you go for g3, which is lovely. They play here, which is a blunder. You capitalize by opening the file. They take. And now I want you to find a better move here.
Would it just be rook g1?
That's a very fine move. I want you to try, how would we win this h3 pawn back?
I guess knight f4.
That's one idea. I think you have a better idea. There's a lot of good moves. You've pointed out two fantastic moves, but I'm trying to get more. It might be more obvious if I.
What?
Well, I don't know. This is the move that still saves you after you quote unquote blunder your bishop here on h3. You panicked. You were like, "Oh shoot, I should have blunder checked." This is not a blunder because you have what's called a tactic. That's what we call it in the business.
The business.
Yeah. So in the business of chess, it looks like you blundered a piece, but you really didn't because you have a tactic. So what's the move here?
Is it not what I did? The rook g1, queen takes.
No, because here's the problem with rook g1. There's actually a few.
Oh.
This is not forcing, right? They don't have to blunder the knight.
True. Okay.
So you have a move that's going to guarantee that you're going to win a piece.
It's Oh well, no, I said knight f4 and you said no because that's also threatening to fork the.
It's not threatening that.
Well, it would be. Next move.
Knight here.
Oh no, it's not. It's defended by the bishop. Yeah, but like.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
So it's not knight f4.
It is.
It's not knight f4. There. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
A tactic. Okay.
You're attacking two things at the same time.
Right. So, I mean, I'm assuming it's this knight, obviously, and then, like, I'm assuming it's something more valuable.
You're winning a piece. Two things at the same time.
This is how else? Okay, I mean, I see like these. Well, this is.
Oh yeah, those are the two pieces I'm looking at too.
Well, queen here? I don't know.
No, because your queen's already attacking that knight.
Well,
so
now it's attacking the bishop also.
Yeah, but that's one. You're attacking one thing at a time right there.
I mean, the only thing it has to be the queen because the only way they could both attack is here or with a knight, but I don't see a knight.
What else could? What was that?
I don't know.
You
Oh, what
just
did I do?
yeah.
I did it.
You always find it, but you don't realize that it's not bishop c7, but it's a similar idea. Ghost kill. Why is okay? How else can we attack the bishop, right? Because you mentioned knight f4. You
Hmm.
mentioned queen e3.
I mean, there's knight g1.
No,
That's
that's not good.
worse. Yeah, I agree.
Is there any piece that can attack that bishop other than everything you pointed at? Okay.
Okay. What? I'm going
Oh,
here? This doesn't attack the bishop.
oh, it doesn't. My bad.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't see it. How does it...
How? What does that move do?
Oh! Okay, it's late.
It's okay,
Yeah, okay, it's a discovered attack.
but it's not bishop g3 because
Oh, well, yeah, that wouldn't be very good. Oh, yep, there it
bishop
is.
f4. Yeah,
Mhm,
you're attacking
mhm,
both the knight and and the bishop.
mhm.
So if I go back here, they've just taken this. We failed to see that that was defended, so that's a problem. If we play bishop f4, we're attacking the knight,
Mhm.
and we open up our rook. Now we can play bishop takes next move.
Mm.
So this is what I would have preferred, is to play bishop here immediately.
Yep.
Now, you blundered the bishop, but you didn't because you still have bishop f4. You're
Mhm.
winning one of these two pieces back,
Mhm.
right? So if you just remain calm, you're like, oops, I blundered, I messed up. Like, just be like, hold on, wait a second. Like, your position's still really good. Like, you just have to find these attacks of like, okay, I mean, my rook is here still. Like, I would have preferred if you play the rook from D to G1, I think, because like this rook is already pretty good, I think, on the H file. But
True.
either way, they blundered here big time because that's a huge, huge attack. Like they blundered that. They really should have moved the king out of the way or defended this knight or something. Because now they're just completely losing. And this is where I need to teach you some better technique, right?
Teach me.
Um, okay, what? So Hosta, shout out to Hosta by the way, saying Bishop G2. I mean, just Rook G1 there, right? Rook G1 looks really good because they still have two things hanging. Okay. Anyways, so we win the knight, but not only that, we're pinning the bishop, and not only that, we're threatening queen takes, which is checkmate. We're also threatening rook takes, which is checkmate. But they defend this, right? So now
Now, I didn't know what to do.
now what do you know about pinned pieces?
That they can't move.
Yeah. And what do we want to do about that?
Attack them.
Yeah. So how do
Oh,
we do that? There's a lot of ways. There's
there's
some
a lot of ways.
good, not immediately.
Gonna
So
say.
here's another thing. I feel like a lot of times you're in a position where you maybe don't know the best way forward, or you're like maybe looking for like a one move knockout, which just doesn't exist for the most part. I think it's actually really incredible to kind of watch these top level games between like grandmasters where it looks like a position is like really good, like especially if you're watching with like an eval bar. But it always surprises me how resilient a defense could be. Like I'll see a position where I'm like, oh my god, this piece is just gonna be completely lost. Like, and then the player just thinks and thinks and thinks, and I'm like, what are they thinking for? Like, they're just losing. And then they somehow find some sort of best resistance defense or something. Like, I'll watch Danya a lot, and he'll be down a piece or whatever, and he's like, this isn't easy. I can complicate this. And essentially what you do is you want to make it as difficult as possible and also really try to like pressure them on the clock because that combination is going to make them blunder back and you're going to have chances, right? And even if you're down a whole piece, if you could trade off all the pawns, like that's a draw, right? Or, there's a lot of different ways that you can put up a solid defense. And here, your opponent is trying to defend, but if you find some really solid moves here, like you're not going to find a knockout in one. There's no mate in one, right? You just have to keep building the pressure. So you're in a fantastic spot. Their bishop is pinned. They cannot move. Their rook is the only thing holding them together. They got lucky that they even had this move, right? But their rook can't move at all. It has no good moves. It has one legal move, and it blunders mate in one, right? Two different ways. So you have to realize that they have pretty much nothing here. Like they're just cooked. You just have to put the finishing touches on. And it's not going to be one move, right? There's no one move that's going to miraculously end the game. You're going to have to put together a plan that consists of a handful of moves. And essentially, you just have to recognize that the bishop's pinned. You already recognize that. You already purposely pinned it, and then you took advantage of it by winning a piece and threatening mate, right? So you understand it's pinned. We have to then build an attack. So I'm like, okay, how do we attack it again? You're like, what? There's a move that attacks it again? It's like, no, there's no move in one, but you have a whole army of pieces that you can put at your disposal to then create a plan to attack it again, right? So there's a lot of different ways that you could do it, is I guess my point, right? So you played a really good move, knight f4, attacking a free piece, but I think what's more important than this is that you're adding another attacker to the equation. So they defend, and here I want you to find the knockout. There is one move here now that attacks the bishop again.
Yeah, it's h5, which was the other move I was considering.
Knight h5, yeah, and you have to ask yourself, what do they do about this bishop? And there's technically, they can play queen here. They're defending it again. Yeah. Technically.
That was the move I was going to play, and then for some reason I talked myself into taking the... Or what did I do? I took the bishop?
No, you sacked the exchange here. I want you to think, what's another way besides knight here, which is fantastic, by the way. Knight here is brilliant because you're attacking the free piece and you're attacking knight h5, which is just, I would say this is probably the most direct way to attacking this pin piece, right? If we can add one more attacker, like it's only defended once or twice by the king. So we just need to find a way to attack it as many times as possible. The knight is just a genius way because you're attacking the bishop along the way and you're going to get to h5. Now, like I mentioned, let's say we did this and let's say they did this. Okay, it looks like they're holding on, right? What's another way to add another attacker here?
I mean, we have the dark squared bishop, but I don't see a really way.
Okay.
But we have the other knight, which we could get. I mean, it's not like it's gonna take some maneuvering though. It's also defended by the bishop.
Okay. Is that where the ideas run short?
Yeah, that's where the ideas
run
short. Yeah.
You don't have anything else?
I mean, I'm looking at all my pieces. I've gone through the checklist. I guess rook, or we could bring the other rook in. Oh, so we could go rook d3. Then again, the rookless. I just don't think about lifting the rooks. I don't know.
It's such an important part of the game.
I know.
You're really kind of handicapping yourself. Yeah, rook d3 is a genius way. There's another. What's another way you could lift a rook?
I guess you could do lift the G rook to
Where would you go?
G3.
Yeah, rook g3.
Oh, or even, I mean, you could even just go G6 because you can, but let's
No,
not.
I'm trying to avoid light squares. If I go to g6, they're gonna go
Oh,
here,
yeah, bishop. Yeah.
right? If I go to g2, like they could do. Now, it's a very short term defense. Like here, now we can go to g3. We're not tempted to take this bishop, by the way. Like
Yeah.
if they play rook here, like we're not taking this because now that's a
Yeah.
problem. So
Right.
my point is rook lifts. I don't understand the exchange sacrifice here. Like,
I was thinking, I mean, my idea was to bring this knight to h5 after. I just, like, for some reason, I was like, oh,
well,
they, like, this is forcing, but it's not.
even you do it now, but they just like go here, right? Like they just go back. Actually,
Yeah.
actually, like okay, here they have this technically, but you have f3. But like you're really complicating things for no
Yeah.
reason. Like when there's a pin piece, not only do we want to attack it, we want to not take it is the point of it until we can win it outright.
Hmm.
So you really jumped the gun is the thing. Pin pieces are so bad because they can't move.
Right.
So when you take it, you're alleviating all the pressure. So like that bishop that couldn't move, they don't have to worry about it anymore because you took that off their shoulders. That rook that couldn't move, they own the whole file now. They own the G file, and that rook has the entire file. You really helped them out a lot here. Now after rook here and they don't take, this is actually a big blunder. And it kind of goes back to like the point I was trying to make earlier of like you're putting a lot of there's a lot of isolated moves on the board, like they're not really tied together, right? So like when you play knight f4, this makes a lot of sense because it's
Hmm.
attacking. You're going here. This is a great move. Now explain to me what queen c8 means. Like why would they make this move? How does this make sense?
They're defending the bishop.
Yeah. So when we later on play queen to f8, how does that make sense? Like, what are they doing?
I mean, they're defending the rook, and now they have a
Yeah.
discover attack on the,
But
yeah.
where did the queen come from?
Uh, are you saying like I should have just traded off the bishop?
No, I'm saying where did the queen come from?
Uh, C8.
I guess this isn't really a good point that I'm making because you did take the bishop. But I guess the logic, the reason, like, okay, yeah, the queen can't both defend this and this. Like, they failed because that's why
So
it's a
take the
blunder.
rook, and then
Yeah, so the problem is you jumped the gun a little bit. You failed to see that this came with check, right? So
yes.
when you played rook here, like were you expecting them to trade and then you to take
Oh,
back?
bingo! Thank you for the raid.
Huge
Hello.
raid from Bingo.
Huge raid. Huge raid. We were just your ears were burning. Joe was saying he owes you a lesson.
Dude, Bingo, was that 2 streams in one day? Sheesh.
Wow, grinding out there.
Absolute stream
An
professional.
inspiration.
Um,
Is this what Joe would have wanted? I don't know. You have to ask him.
2 streams in the same day. Incredible stuff. Everyone, please go follow and check out Bingo.
Yes. Oh wait, yeah. I think my mods may have gone to bed. Give
Yeah,
them
wow.
a shot.
I'm keeping you up past midnight. That's wild.
I know.
You're
Thankfully,
such
it's
a
not late.
trooper.
That's the only reason that this is half late is because.
Well, lucky us.
And I have over the board chess tomorrow, so I need
Oh
you to be
my
able to.
goodness. You got to get some
They,
sleep.
there was some serious smack talking the last time. So I
Really?
have to.
By whom?
I'm not gonna name names,
Okay.
but
Private
streamers
information.
that you may or may not know.
Streamers, that helps narrow it down.
Yeah.
Man.
No, it was all in good fun, but my Blitz rating is not great, as you might imagine, because I don't do well time.
Yeah.
Something we're working on, and yeah, so
Okay, back
getting me
to
fun.
the game. I
Yeah.
would say rook takes g7 is the move that cost you. This is the losing move for the game.
Yep. Yeah.
Because there's really no good reason to take this piece, unfortunately. So you have a lot of winning ideas, mainly around attacking the piece more times. So people in the chat are saying PP on the PP. Have you heard of that before?
No.
It's kind of a goofy thing to say, as you might hear. But essentially a pinned piece. And essentially what PP stands for is put pressure on the pin piece. PP on the PP. So this is a pin piece, and you want to put pressure on that pin piece. So pinning it is great. Queen taking the knight was great. You're attacking it again. They have to defend it. Knight here was fantastic. Knight here would be a logical continuation. But the other thing, I need you to start doubling rooks. I need the lift rook to be part of your repertoire, your arsenal. Because if you're playing down the rooks, like it's not help you. When I'm like, hey, what pieces can attack this bishop? You're like, well, okay, besides the knight, I've got this bishop, I've got this knight. Like I don't really see a clear path for it. Like you've already got one rook. You gotta use both rooks is the thing. So this is one rook left, is get this guy lifted and doubled. The other rook left, get this guy up and put the other rook behind it. And you're cooking. You're absolutely dominating. This guy's rook is all the way in the corner crying itself to sleep because it's just completely unwanted, untouched, unloved. He's got nothing going on for him. You got two perfectly capable rooks. This guy's already doing the Lord's work. This guy's like, I want in on the action. Give me some chance. Put me in, coach. Right? And I'm like, hey, how do we attack this piece? And you're like, okay, well, there's this knight, there's this bishop, and this rook is over here. Like, put me in. I'm ready. Like, I'm waiting. I'm begging to be put into the game, or lift this guy and, get them both in. So that when you sack this guy, and then you put him here, this isn't a pinned piece anymore. That can just trade off, right? Like this is not. You just traded off both your rooks. Like those were huge attackers in the equation, right? You do not want to be trading when you're attacking, because if you trade when you're attacking, you're losing momentum. You're losing your weaponry as your attack. If you trade everything off, you're going to get into an end game, right? You're technically down material here, actually, because you just act in exchange. Like, we don't want to give a rook for a bishop, generally.
Right.
Sometimes there's this is called an exchange sacrifice, which a lot of times can be really good, but when the piece is pinned, it's a sitting duck, and this rook is cooked, like there's nowhere to go. You're really giving them so much life and opportunity for no reason, especially like trading. And then I think after this move, you really just failed to see that that's gonna hit hard. So you really have to trade. You have to be precise. You're trading off queens as well. You win the piece, which is great, but now you have to win an end game, right? Which I have full faith and confidence that you could do. But there's really no reason why, like, from here, you're not just, like, checkmating this guy with knight h5, rook left, rook double, and chalk it up. That's going to be GG. Yeah, I would say a little bit of technique. The technique being PP on the PP, which you now know. You're not going to forget that.
I think I was, like, thinking I had to do something forcing. I don't know why I thought that. I just was like, if I don't do something forcing, they're gonna regain the initiative somehow.
Absolutely not. You have them on on their heels, on the back foot. They have nothing here. Like you're all your after you blundered the piece, which wasn't even a blunder. Rook here, they blundered back immediately. You get the piece back with a huge initiative. So attacking move by you, defending move by them, attacking move by them, defending move by them. You have to continue. Like you don't have to find this knockout, right? Like that is no longer an attack. You're alleviating pressure. They say to take is a mistake, which isn't always true, but in this case, taking a pin piece is a big no-no. We want to put pressure on the pin piece, right? You're alleviating pressure by taking it. So now there's no pin. That piece has been lifted off the board. This is a miracle for them. They're thinking, oh my God, I'm still in it. And then you bring the other, like, why not bring both rooks on the same line? Like creating a battery, right? Leaving the pin piece where it is as the sitting duck that it is. Like you shouldn't be worried about alleviating. Like you're like, okay, I really need a move here because if I don't, then they're gonna keep. Like you do have really good moves. You just kind of overstretched and you took this, and really this is back to kind of an even position.
Am I paying attention? Yes, James. What the heck? Of course.
Yeah, Emily's been learning a lot here. This isn't great
Yeah.
because you're trading off that piece, but they messed up again. This is really your last opportunity. This is where it gets a little complicated. You have to be really paying attention to the details. You notice that the queen left the defense of the bishop, which is great, but we have to see the checks, right? They're gonna take us
Yeah.
with check. We have to see that, okay, we have to take with check. We take again with check, and only then do we win the piece. You took the piece, there's no check, right? You're just capturing. And now they have literally the only check in the position. And it's going to cost us the queen and cost us the game. So this is where, before we take something, this is another kind of blunder check thing, right? Do they have any checks? That's where they're going to get the counterplay from, right? So this rook went from being stuck on f7 to now it just wins you their queen, wins them your queen. Anyways, yeah, from this point, it's really tough. I would say that you have to play bishop e3 or knight d1 here. It's not logical, but the point is that your bishop's really loose, your knight's really loose. These are two pieces that are hanging. They're not defended. And this is a check in the position, right? So the way that bishop e3 works is that after you get checked, you can play knight d1, and that defends the piece. And if you play king here, it doesn't work because you're getting forked here.
Yeah.
I guess knight d1 also doesn't really work out that well. But anyway, I mean, I could keep going. Like, there's always like these lessons you can learn from these games, but overall, you missed your like this move was not great, right? Because you just blundered this pawn.
Yeah,
Like-
at this point, I mean, I had less than a minute, and I was like, well,
Yeah,
it's
but
not-
like, but
yeah,
I think what we were saying. Wow, I'm getting double. Is this from the Creator Cup? Shout out to Smoothly. Shout out to Farzi. I hope you guys had a good stream. Also, I don't want to keep Emily on too late. Like, she gave us that extra game. She risked it for the biscuit. I gotta give her mad props for that because she went in fully aware of all the risks, but she went in anyways for our entertainment, and we believe her. You had a fantastic position. I was like so rooting for you, and then you had one move blunder again. So these blunders are really hurting us. I think if you just work a little bit on the calculation, on the blunder checking, you're going to get in a great position. Also, like I said, the technique on not trading the pin piece and putting pressure on it instead, lifting the rooks, doubling the rooks, like that is a necessity if you're going to best be able to use all of your pieces to their best ability.
Yeah, up until this point, I think I could count maybe 2 times I ever took my rook off the back rank, if not like to go down to the seventh rank
Yeah,
or eighth.
I mean putting the rooks on the seventh or like the back rank or whatever, that's like that's great. But being able to lift and double, like that's also gonna help you get to the seventh a lot of times. So that's a very common maneuver that just has to be part of the repertoire. So being able to do that is great. I would say like our next lesson, I would probably want to go over tactics with you a bit and help with the
Yes,
calculation for things.
this is the weakness for sure. I any suggestions for like self-studying? That's like I do the puzzles on test.com, but apparently it's not helping. Or maybe I
Um,
just need to take more time. I don't know. But I feel
how
like I could
how exactly are you doing the puzzles?
I just go on and go through them.
Are you doing it on stream?
No. Well, sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be worth it.
I feel like I do worse at them on stream though. I don't know
When
why.
you're going through them, like how often do you get it wrong? What's
I
your
think
puzzle
it's
rating? Do you know?
like 1900 or something.
I don't have any book recommendations, unfortunately. Um, but I think what's great about tactics is it really drills home the checks, captures, threats hierarchy of things to look for.
Mhm.
I think that's gonna really help you. Like the thing that's not great about tactics is that you already know there's a tactic, right? So when you're in a real game,
Uh,
no one's there to tell you that there's a tactic. But the good thing about tactics is that it helps you to then see what the tactic is so that when you do have that position in a real game, you're better able to find it, right? And in a game, you should be treating every position as like, I gotta be looking for these opportunities. I gotta be looking for the checks, the captures, and the threats because I have to be able to be aware of a tactic if it presents itself. Because if you miss it, that's a huge opportunity lost. So
right.
I don't really have necessarily any like tips or tricks on like how to actually best train your tactics on your own. But I think if you're like going over it, you just always are looking for checks, captures, threats. If you don't understand a tactic, utilize your Discord. Like take a screenshot and be like, "Hey, can someone explain this?" Or like I said, next time we have a lesson, I would love to go through things with you. Because right now there's a lot of tactics that are in your positions that you're kind of leaving. Like the bishop f4 idea
Mhm.
was something that took you a while. Like even when I'm telling you like, "Hey, there's a tactic here." You're like, "How am I going to find it? Like this is impossible." It's like, "No, no,
Yeah.
no. It's very possible." You have to open your mind to these ideas of like, "Okay, I can have a double attack here. Like let's get creative. Like how else can I attack this bishop? I have a queen, I have a knight. What else is there? Like there's nothing. It's like okay, your bishop moves with a discovery, right? The rook is lined up with it already. Like that's a clear indication that maybe you have some sort of tactic. When the pieces line up, there's like a nice geometry to it. Like that's gonna start get the juices flowing, right? Oh, my bishop moves and the bishop's hanging because it's a discovery. So maybe I
Mhm.
can move my bishop and attack their knight, and it also attacks their bishop. Like I'm gonna win a piece back. I didn't just blunder. I just actually won a pawn. Um, I think another thing that's gonna help you a lot is like you got to see where the pieces can go because if you're missing that your pieces are hanging, like that's just rough. Like that's not even tactics, right? That's just straight up like I'm putting pieces on squares where they're protected and now I'm just losing them in one move. Like that's really rough. So that just kind of comes with like more time and experience and like I said, blunder
Yeah.
checking. So like when you're like, okay, I'm gonna put this piece here, you gotta just take the extra moment and say like, okay, can anything take this? Because if if not, then you're good to go. But if they can, then like you really can't afford to make those mistakes.
Right.
Okay, I'm happy And
Too. Although no wins, lots of lessons to be carried out in
we
future
had
games.
plenty of wins. I saw you win some pieces. I saw
Right.
you, you won the hearts of many today. We had a couple of raids. I know you had a lot of follows, a lot of subs. I still have to shout out Farzi for his raid.
Ollie, good night. Oh my gosh. It
Wow.
is so late your time. Dang.
Shout out to all the fans tuning in at absurd
Yeah.
hours of the day just to be able to see Emily play.
No, to be able to like, glean such wonderful chess insights from Joe. So yeah, I chat. You guys probably already are following him, but if you're not, then definitely go follow Joe
If you
Bruin.
had to follow Emily or me, follow Emily. In fact,
No,
if you had to unfollow me to follow Emily, I would recommend
I would not
that'd be
recommend
worth
that.
a trade.
You, you will gain nothing from my streams.
That's actually not true.
Except a good time, but no. If you want to get better at chess, then
I also want to
follow.
shout out Emily's YouTube channel because she actually
Oh,
is putting some good lessons out,
I'm putting
lessons
lessons
that
out.
she's
That's
been
true.
learning.
Yeah,
So
I'm. Yeah.
don't do that,
Uh,
senpai. I'll actually ban you from my chat.
it's okay, senpai. You are one of my first. You're a mod and one of my first chatters. But see ya. It's been nice knowing you.
Oh no. Okay, I think I am also going to head out.
Yeah, it's been a 5 hours without you going to the bathroom. Things. Drink more water. That is your
Oh my goodness.
um, tip of the day.
I still have like some work to do. I'm streaming. Well, I'm producing for a show tomorrow, but anyways, I'm going to raid, I think, Eric Rosen.
Okay, I'll just hop on that because uh, that seems like a easy solution. Okay, yay! We'll all go over there.
You're welcome
Thanks,
to raid
guys.
whoever.
No, I'm just gonna copy you.
Shout out to Host and Mahogi.
It's ROSEN, right?
Yeah, do you know his channel username?
Isn't it just Eric? I know who he is.
No,
I don't know
it's
what his.
it's I am Rosen.
Oh, I am Rosen.
Yeah.
He is an I. Okay.
He, yeah, it's also kind of a play on like I'm Rosen
Yeah, I
kind
gotcha.
of
I
thing. Yeah.
gotcha. Very good. Very
Although
good.
rumor has it he has the username GM Rosen saved in the events that he makes GM.
Wow.
But who knows?
Wow.
Who knows?
All right. Well, thank you, Joe. As always, thanks, chat. Great seeing you as always. I will see you Sunday to play viewers.
Huge.
Hopefully I'll be much better by then because last time you guys destroyed me consistently for like 3 hours. So.
And that's okay. Because the viewers really try their best to impress.
Right, exactly.
Um,
All right, guys. Well, good night. Thank you for tuning in.
bye. Thanks
Bye.
everyone.
And thanks, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.